Okay, good morning, welcome, Happy New Year to all members, all officers, and those who potentially might be watching us on live streaming. Welcome to this Overview and Scrutiny Committee, basically around the budget, which is part of our consultation. Can I ask that both officers and members try and keep it short and snappy rather than long intros into questions when we come through to the sessions. Also, because we're working by virtual, please stay on mute unless you're speaking. In order to indicate to us, we've got the raise hands function, or if you can't reach us, put something in the chat and Stephen will pick you up, or if desperate, even wave at the screen, and we will try and keep pretty much to the timing of the sessions. These things, they can overrun, but given the length of the day and getting through the directorates, if we can keep a pretty sharp focus, I'd be grateful. Thank you. With that, I'm going to hand over to the Leader of the Council and the CEO in the first part of the agenda. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year. We don't have either the hand raising function or the chat function, so we will be frantically waving at the screen if we need to come in during questions. But I'm going to hand over to Pete, who's going to start.
Okay, so Happy New Year, everybody. So this budget scrutiny day has worked rather well, I think, over a number of years, probably about 3 or 4 years we've been running it. In essence, myself and Mark spend half an hour setting the scene. You then have full exposure to cabinet members and chief officers to go into the detail, and we will be back for your last session at 3:45 to get your headline feedback as to what you think is right, is wrong, could be tweaked, might have been missed. Stephen will do more detailed notes, and that report will be used at the next cabinet meeting at the end of the month. So that's the process. You've got a lot of paperwork before you. I break it into 3 documents: the corporate strategy, the revenue budget, and the capital budget. To me, by far the most important document there is the corporate strategy. We only really produce this as a complete rewrite every 4 years, and this is one of those documents. It's a combination of things. It's capturing sort of unfinished business that we want to continue with as a priority for the council. It's looked around to see what new challenges we're facing, and, you know, put it mildly, there's plenty of those. And it's also any new ambition that the council may have. Now, we are 9 months post an election. So some of the stuff there will be things that were political priorities in the electoral process. But to me, that document is the one we have to get right. It'll serve us for 4 years. The money, the budgets are about supporting that strategy. Just a few examples of, you know, the title is Build Back Better. The reason for that is it's post-pandemic thinking. There are new issues in there. We really think with the powerhouse agenda that there is a risk of us being left behind by in a competitive economy if we don't actually make sure that Gloucestershire is, you know, at the table for whether it be growth deals, our place in the Western powerhouse and things like that. I think you'll find the document is really focused on both a greener and a healthier economy. We definitely want to look at some of the stuck historic inequalities that just have not moved in a generation. And there are issues around high streets and market towns. So there's a lot of new business in here. Clearly we've got to do our statutory job, but I think there's, you'll see things in here that are, a genuine reset of what's the council's direction. When you get to the budget, I would stress it's draft at the moment. It will be subject to modification from things that you suggest today. It's out for public and partner consultation. That's likely to give us some feedback and ideas. Groups may put amendments forward in the budget process in February. And of course, it's a fast moving world. We may have new information and Cabinet may want to tweak their own budget from things that are happening at the moment. So that's it. The strategy has 9 strategic priorities, and Mark's going to take you through most of those. And there's one at the end, which is not down as a priority, but it's effectively internal business, and I'll cover that. So I'm going to hand over to Mark to take you through the first 6 of those priorities.
Thank you, Pete. And just before I start going through them, I think it's again just iterating what Pete's just covered off. This is a once in every 4 years rewrite of the corporate strategy. So quite often it's taking what we already had in place, looking at what the new priorities are and refocusing it over the life of this council. We also had the backdrop of a comprehensive spending review from government. And I just want to put on record my thanks to officers for all the work that they've done, because they've had this rewrite of the corporate strategy, a setting of the budget for this year against a backdrop of COVID, where I know members will know how hard officers have been working to support communities and the NHS through COVID. So there's been a lot going on over the last 6 to 9 months, and I just want to put on record my thanks to the work that's been done to get us where we are today. As Pete rightly says, this is a document that incorporates some existing and some new. So I just want to walk you through the first 6, and before I hand over to Pete. The first area, obviously, is tackling climate change. This is a document that clearly sits alongside our existing climate change strategy. So it incorporates some of those targets that Council has already set itself and agreed, and clearly is trying to outline some headline measures that are being taken to tackle the County Council's target of net zero by 2045. So, for instance, we've got the commitment there to 1,000 new electric vehicle charging points, and that process is starting as we speak. We've got the investment in a 26 miles continuous cycling route across Gloucester by 2026. We've got the planting of trees, both ourselves and working with the Gloucestershire Nature Partnership. And clearly we've got some of our big investments like the new transport hub at our court. So the tackling climate change front and centre of the document, and incorporates the headlines from the climate change strategy. And I think it's important to remember that you read those 2 documents in parallel. The second one shouldn't be a surprise to members, which is around improving our roads, and is the manifestation of our group's commitment at the local elections to see £100 million additional into resurfacing over the next 4 years. I think the key point to say there that will be moving away from some of the A and B roads that we saw in the first phase of the programme, the first £150 million, towards more local roads. That was always the plan, and that's what members will see over the next 4 years. We'll also be looking at our patching programme, and we'll also be looking at our customer contact and customer service, and I'll come back onto that if I can at the end. The third area we've got to talk about this morning is sustainable growth. Clearly, this is a big part of the agenda for the future of Gloucestershire. It's not something that we deliver on our own. It's something we deliver in partnership with our district colleagues who are the lead planning authorities. But clearly we have a role to play in shaping the future growth of our county. And I think it's really important to say, again, this is an iteration of a process that's been going on for some time. So members will know that we started off with Vision 2050, which set out some of the challenges and opportunities the county faces over the next 35 years. We've since then looked at sub-regional partnership thinking. So we were a founder member of Western Gateway, and it's good to see the government continues to back and support Western Gateway and the continuation of that sub-regional thinking. We've clearly set out our stall by talking about the creation of a city region. And again, that's to show the aspiration that we have as a county, but also I think the reality of the growth that's happening in the county over the next 20 to 30 years. So that's where we are on sustainable growth. And clearly part of that is not only to make sure that we get the infrastructure funding that we need to deliver that sustainable growth, but also to make sure that we're investing in the skills, training and education that is intrinsically linked to the creation of future job opportunities for our communities. And I think that segues quite nicely into the next of our areas, which is levelling up our communities. So there are a number of things happening in this particular area. We've clearly made a commitment to focus on the 12 neighbourhoods amongst the 10 most deprived in England. And I think the challenge for ourselves there is we recognise that a huge amount of work has been undertaken in these areas before. The challenge for us and for our partners is what can we do differently that delivers real step change for these communities, and working with those communities how we can deliver real improvements in life chances for the individuals that live there. Now, I think there'll be a huge focus as part of that from the County Council around education and skills. We know that education and skills is a key gateway for people to move from deprivation and upskill them into a more healthier, more prosperous life. So that will be a clear element of what we are delivering as part of that programme. But equally, I think we need to reflect that our communities across the county are very different, and that we need to support things like our market towns and high streets. You know, I'm really pleased around the level of interest and uptake on the levelling up funds that we announced earlier on this year, and clearly it's something we want to see continue and support in ways as we come out of the pandemic. And we look, as Pete said, to build back better in Gloucestershire on that one. So there's lots of examples about how we're helping to level up our communities. Clearly, one of the key things that's in this document as well is confirmation of our work with the University of Gloucestershire around the levelling up bids in Gloucester City itself and the Debenhams building. Members will know that we're looking to relocate the library as part of that programme. And clearly that'll be a huge boost to Gloucester, which has some of the most deprived wards in the county. The next one, the final one for me before I hand back over to Pete, I think then links all of those things together. And it is really around securing the investment in the future for Gloucestershire. We've got an amazing pipeline that's taken many, many years to land, and there's still a huge amount of work still needs to be done to make sure that investment happens. But there's £1 billion worth of major infrastructure schemes around Junction 9, Junction 10, the A417, which working with partner agencies will deliver some real benefits to our county, and we need to make sure that we land those. Through Western Gateway, our ambition is to clearly work in a sub-regional way, and one of the real benefits of working in Western Gateway is looking at better rail connectivity. A key ambition for ours is to look at that sub-regional connectivity that we have with our rail and see whether or not we can get more people off the roads and using our railway network, and that will be a key element of what we're working on with Western Gateway. We've already got, obviously, working very closely with Cheltenham Borough Council colleagues and Tewkesbury Borough Council colleagues, the cyber investment that's happening, and clearly the County Council is doing its bit around the infrastructure delivery as part of that wider ambition that Cheltenham Borough Council has, and that clearly is a really important investment for the future of skilled jobs within our county, and we are fully behind Cheltenham Borough Council and their endeavours with that, along with Tewkesbury Borough Council. But also we've also got things like Step Fusion project. The fact that we're in the final 5 on that one, I think, is a really important step forward, and shows that we've got ambition to bring in new jobs. We say new jobs, you have to remember that nuclear industry has been part of the rich heritage of our county for a very long time, but it is about bringing the next iteration of nuclear investment into our county, and all the jobs and investment that will bring. So securing that investment for Gloucestershire, I think, is a key element of the first 5 of those strategic priorities I've talked through. Pete, back to you.
Okay, so I'm going to cover the next 3, which essentially are a statutory day job, and none of these will be a surprise to you. So the first one is transforming children's services. I treat this as still work in progress. We've moved a huge amount since in the last 3 to 4 years, but we're not at good yet. Our ambition is to be a good children's services by Ofsted standards. We need to continue to work on practice issues, and as the budget will demonstrate, we're investing around 12 million extra next year in children's services. But there's lots of things beyond just the safeguarding area there. We want to improve early intervention and early help, and we've got a plan for a family hub model for our children's centres. Clearly, education is important to all of that economy and inequality issues, and we will be looking at the school system and our role in terms of provision of new schools, school extensions, etc. And going back to safeguarding, I think we've had a fantastic project in Trevone House. We want to continue with that type of project, and the capital programme will be looking to do some of that. In terms of transforming adult social care, it's probably at its busiest, both in terms of pressures and in terms of change, that I've seen for a decade. So we want to focus on more early intervention and targeted prevention. This is to stop people spiralling and ending up in hospital settings and losing independence. We have a new integrated care system in Gloucestershire, which now has a slightly delayed launch, but essentially we are already running it. We've been part of the setup of it. We've started to understand what our role and contribution is towards it. We want to improve short-term care. This is what we refer to as the enhanced independence offer, which is about getting people back to their level of independence that they might have had before they had a fall or something like that. We continue to look at what is the role that technology can play. Now, that might be pieces of kit in people's homes, but equally it can be predictive analytics to see who is likely to be vulnerable from the pattern of their lifestyles. We know we have a very, very challenged marketplace in terms of domiciliary care and the wrong balance of care in terms of care homes. So helping to shape that market through our buying power, our procurement strategy is really important. And then chuck on top of that a white paper on the Care Act and completely overturning the funding model for care. That is a very, very busy agenda in which we're investing, I think the sum is around over £13 million in the proposed budget for next year. The third area I wanted to cover was transforming fire and rescue. We had a HMI inspection some 18 months ago that identified areas against their model of a good fire and rescue authority where we have work to do. We acknowledge that. We've already been investing in that. And we've had a further inspection, but is a long way off from its final report. This budget, as it stands, doesn't include investment there. We're hoping we'll learn a little bit more before we set the final budget. So our intention would be to make some additional investment in fire and rescue once we see the picture that comes back from the inspectorate. So in terms of, this is one of those changes which would be a Cabinet's direction once they get a little more information on the table. I think it would be wrong to put a figure in without actually knowing what the plan was. We've also got to look at the community risk management plan implementation, which the bottom line is that's what stops fires happening and helps us manage major emergencies. So that's my three sort of day job issues. Mark's going to cover off the last of our priorities, and then I'll do something on the internal stuff.
Thanks, Pete. The last of our priorities is improving the customer experience. Now, we've already made an announcement with regards to the appointment of a new Director of Highways, which is Jason Ham, and the appointment of Don Morris as a Cabinet Champion. I think we recognise that there's a huge amount of work that goes on in our highways area that delivers some real benefits to our communities, but I think we also appreciate that some of our customer and member interfaces aren't where they need to be, and there's clearly needs to be a focus on making sure that we get the right structure and investment to improve those outcomes. But we have a broader aspiration to improve our overall customer experience in some of those areas where we see our greatest demand, and we have a programme in place internally to look at how we can increase and improve our customer interactions, whether that's through online, which I think has clearly taken off over the last couple of years, and then increased its usage through the pandemic, and clearly we need to make sure that we're working to deliver that for our customers and for our residents. We also, I think we're going to have a focus on improving the customer experience in some of our big areas. So in adult social care, we know there's a huge amount of change that's going to take place in adult social care over the coming years. We've got the social care bill, which we've yet to see, which will clearly have a huge impact on how we deliver social care within our communities. And so to that end, I'm pleased to announce that Sue Williams has agreed to become a Cabinet Champion for Adult Social Care, and she'll be working alongside with Kathy and Carol to support that customer experience going forward, and that appointment will be confirmed in the next week. So we have a clear focus, I think, on improving customer experience. The one thing I would say to you as members, you are the members on the front line, and therefore your feedback on how we can improve our interactions with our communities and with our customers will be key in shaping how that journey goes forward. And we will look to opportunities for members to be involved as that programme continues. Pete, back to you.
So last one is what I would call own house in order. We're a large organisation. The way we tick always needs to be checked up and improved. I'd identify 4 areas where we are looking to invest, improve, etc. And those 4 are our internal ICT systems. Always a bumpy road as you make changes, change servers, change systems. They occasionally bite back, and we've had a few incidents like that, but we've got major investment in our ICT capability. Ongoing journey, but we're having a particular focus absolutely from the top down. Our last leadership conference was based on this, looking at equalities, diversity and inclusion throughout the organisation, not just posters on the wall, making it real. Transforming strategic procurement. We really focused on our procurement capability probably around 2013-14. This is taking a fresh look at that. And lastly, recruitment and retention challenges. We have plenty of areas where the market just doesn't have the people, and we have to be really slick if we're going to attract people and attract the best people. So 4 areas of internal thinking which are on our agenda in this strategy, and if we don't do those, they could start to undermine the rest of the business. That's it from us. We could take questions for a few minutes, or let you get on with your detailed investigation into all of those areas.
Thank you both. Yeah, full of explanation. I'm just looking around. Have we got questions?
Yeah, Councillor Roger Wyborn and then Councillor Colin Hay.
Yeah. Councillor Wyborn then, followed by Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking through the high-level bullet points related to your presentation, Mark and Peter. And by the way, thank you very much for that presentation. It was very clear. On the improving our roads, there are 5 one-line bullet points. I want to suggest a 6th that we've talked about quite a lot and is indeed reflected in several places in the narrative, and that is to review road safety and speed limits as being a key part of our strategy going forward on roads.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I think that's a really valid point. Obviously, a conversation where we've had some debate already on this one, and indeed, you'll notice in the draft budget there is a commitment to some additional funding for that particular issue as well. It's probably worth Roger bringing up in the detailed session, and if that's included as one of the recommendations that come out at the end of today, then we're more than happy to look at that.
Thank you. I will indeed bring something up. Yeah, thank you.
Colin, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi,
and
Colin.
I'm sorry, bad timing. I've got a builder in. Didn't me. So I've got 2 kind of smaller questions and 1 fundamental issue with the corporate plan. So the 2 details are, in securing investment, you mention fusion, which I mean everybody hopes will be successful with, but may not be. And the corporate plan runs for 4 years. And because cyber is so important and is up and running in terms of being developed, so will happen, I do think it would be wise to mention that as an example as such, rather than, that it's assumed. So that's 1 slight detail. The other one might need a bit more time, which is, you mentioned the 2050 vision, and I'm not sure where we are with that, how much of it we've taken on board, how much we may have ditched. So that would be useful, but maybe for another time. The fundamental issue I have with the corporate plan is it's all aspirations, and there doesn't appear to be any targets, or very few, in terms of what we're going to do year on year. So, and what would we have achieved? Where do we want to be in 4 years' time? Now, from looking at our risk register, the risk register really ought to be looking at what are the risks of not achieving our plan. But of course, you can't do that if you don't know where you've got to be in 4 years' time. And actually, where do we look to see and be able to call to account how much has been done year on year to achieve the ambitions of a 4-year plan? Thanks.
Thanks for that, Colin. Cyber, yeah, again, if that's included as one of the recommendations from that, I think we can take that away. I'm also acutely aware that the step fusion thing will sort of go one way or the other within the next 12 months, or might even be 6 months if the government moves that forward. But I don't think that changed the aspiration around what we do with those 2 sites, because clearly they had a history beforehand. There were plans in place already. This is another iteration of that story. And for me, the conversations we're having with South Gloucestershire don't stop if we pass or fail a step fusion. There needs to be a continuation of that conversation about how we develop those 2 sites in the way that they're now in tandem. So I think that's a fair point. I think on the cyber stuff, I think that's also a fair point. If that's not clear enough, then I think we can change and beef that up. On the 2050 stuff, yeah, I think there's probably a worth of another conversation at a later stage. But what I would say is the Vision 2050 conversation has morphed and changed since it started. So I think the city region stuff that's emerged now came out of the Vision 2050. So the fact that we've got a city region board that's got the participation of the county council and the 6 districts is an iteration of that conversation. But that might be worth picking up, say, through the Scrutiny Committee, which is for economic growth. So I think that's a fair challenge on that one.
That thinking has also been fundamental in us finding our way through the Western Gateway. If we hadn't done Vision 2050, we'd have never have had the clout that we actually were able to play in the Western Gateway conversations.
Yeah, so I think that's a fair challenge, Colin. On the final one, you are right that the strategy is aspirational. I think that's what it needs to be and what it should be. And when it's agreed, what I would expect to see is departmental plans and some of the scorecards that are developed as part of those departmental plans that pick up the issues that you've identified, because it should be a golden thread from the corporate strategy as agreed through to departmental plans, through to some of the scorecards that those areas then operate in, because that's the way it should work. So it's not set in stone in this document, but this document will trigger that to emerge through those departmental plans, those commissioning aspirations, and those scorecards.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Chloe Turner and then John Bloxham.
I'm sure I'm not alone in experiencing some cognitive dissonance between the idea of sort of massive growth and that somehow being sustainable. And I think there's one comment about it actually somehow contributing to the climate change strategy. And I suppose, one way that it could be positive is if we had more of a focus on green jobs. And that's something that, we've discussed in various committee meetings, but that's not something that I can see through this strategy. And, other councils are really prioritising and investing in green jobs. I wondered whether that was, something that is not coming out, but it is in your mind, or that is just not something that Gloucestershire is prioritising. Thanks.
You've got to remember this is a document for us, and clearly there are other lead partners that are leading on some of this conversation. So I think if Chief First-elect have got a real focus on green jobs and green growth. If you look at Western Gateway, I think it's one of the pillars within that document, and I know there's some work going on at the moment across Western Gateway to identify how we can deliver that. So, I think they exist there. I think also if you reflect on the fact that Step Fusion, it would be a green jobs, green growth agenda. So I think there are opportunities to do that. But I think, as we said in the last council meeting, we are not the only partner in this space, and it requires all partners to work together to deliver that. So it is there. I think it is there. But if it needs beefing up in some way, then again, happy to take that as a recommendation from today, and we can see whether we can incorporate it.
Thank you. Chloe, are you going to be with us for the session at 1:30?
Yeah, I'm here all day. Yes.
Okay. I made a note of that, and I might come to you at that part of the session. Finally, then I've got John Bloxham.
Hi. Thanks, Phil. I just wanted to pick up the issue of rural transport. Looking at the section on public transport, it talks about mass transit options. And I have an image of what mass transit might mean in an urban context, thinking of the corridor between Cheltenham and Gloucester, for example. I'm less clear about what does that mean in a rural context. There is a paragraph on rural isolation which mentions lack of cars. It doesn't say anything about the challenge of rural transport and the opportunity provided through either the improvement plan and the enhanced partnerships, seeing how that develops, or do we go back to looking at the franchise model option? Do we keep that on the table if we don't see any improvements? Because, certainly in my neck of the woods, the the impression is the tweaks that have occurred a few days ago haven't helped. It's just as bad as ever, unfortunately.
Thanks for that. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of detail in that one. Again, John, I think it's probably worth you raising that when you get to the particular item on the agenda. What I would say in answer to your first point on mass transport, I think it goes beyond just Cheltenham and Gloucester. I think the aspiration for that is connected to the wider growth corridor along the Severn Vale. So I for it to work, I think that's where it will end up. The work hasn't been done; it's only just going to be started this year. But I think you'll be looking at a much broader landscape than just the Cheltenham and Gloucester Golden Valley. So just to set that into context, I think the issue on rural transport more generally in buses. You're right, and I do refer you back to the last cabinet meeting and the one before, where we talked about the bus strategy and some of the investments and some of the pilots that are taking place. So again, if that's not incorporated, I think we can pick it out to make sure that is reflected in the corporate strategy. But again, I think it's maybe detail that's worth reflecting on when you talk to Phil in particular, who's leading on that later on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We've overrun slightly, but not by much. So thanks, members, for keeping it succinct. Mark and Pete, obviously you're going to be observing all the way through the day anyway. So we're going to move on.
Chair, just to clarify, we're coming back later for the feedback. I don't think me and Pete are going to stay online all day. I think we've got other meetings. So just to manage your aspirations on that front.
I was hopeful. Yeah, thank you both, and we'll see you later on because we're going to go through the directorates now. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Can I just check that we've got Carol Elway-Martin, Cathy Williams, Tim Harmon, and Sarah Scott? They're all there.
They're all there. Yeah.
Okay. So who is going to take the lead? Is this with Sarah initially?
Would you like adults to start, Chair, and then we can follow with public health? Would that make sense?
Surely.
I think Carol wanted to start from an adult's perspective, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Chairman and members. I'm really pleased to be here. You'll all appreciate the significant impact of the pandemic and continuing impact on adult social care and all of the services that support it, including all the partnership agencies and the voluntary sector. So while we're looking at this strategic budget for the next year and beyond, we have to recognise that we are still responding to initiatives from government and the needs of the people of Gloucestershire in relation to the pandemic. So as a backdrop, I just wanted to highlight a couple of very positive points that have come from before the pandemic, but have actually become more significant for us and have actually accelerated their value for us to continue. And this is in relation to our real philosophy that we have about supporting people to live independently for as long as they can within their own communities. And one of the more positive aspects of the pandemic is the notion that we've really focused down on place-based care. So within individual communities and subsets of communities, we've now got a better feel for what individuals want to have in the way of adult social care and other care delivered to them in their locality. So the emphasis on place-based care is borne out, and we're moving towards developing that in the future with our partner agencies, in particular the primary healthcare groups and the district local councils. And one of the things that's delivered for us is a better relationship with those councils and with the voluntary sector. And we've been able, through a process of needing to deliver services much more quickly and put finance where it's needed, to do things in a much more speedy way and to get feedback more effectively. So that's one of the very positive things that is already part of what our philosophy is in terms of providing local care independently. As both Peter and Mark have alluded to, we've got significant legislation changes coming down the line, and a key white paper that was published in December was something called People at the Heart of Care. And this is something that we're looking at very specifically because it will inform how adult social care changes, its mode of delivery and its relationship with all our partnership agencies. As the legislation beds in and begins to be developed, it will also pick up on our significant relationship with the health service. So the integrated care system that's moving, that we've been working in partnership with for some time, will be launched in July, and that will change a significant way in which we work very specifically with the health service and the voluntary sector. So the background is one of sustaining a process of individualised care to people locally, but also embedding good practice with the legislation coming forward in consultation with the public. And that's all I want to say at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning all. Sorry, Cathy, I don't know if you wanted to contribute at this point.
Yes, please, Chair, if I can go next. Carol and I had a chat yesterday on how we were going to run this. So if I could go next, and then the officer, Sarah, she can sort of put all the ends together, if you know. Is that all right?
That's fine with me. No one sent me your batting order.
Okay. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. I mean, first of all, I think I'd just like to highlight the number of people that we deal with. Our population in Gloucestershire currently is 744,000 people, and that's gone up 10,000 people, 40,000 people in the last 10 years. In adult social care, it's estimated that we have by now we estimate 28,600 people aged 65 and over have a long-term illness or disability that limits their day-to-day activities. And we predict that this number is going to increase by 26% to 36,000 people by 2030, with rates of increase higher in the over 85s and over age group by 33%. It's estimated that in 2021, there'll be 3,450 people in Gloucestershire aged 18 to 64 who have a serious personal care need, and 15,800 who have a moderate care need as a result of a physical disability. Just like to highlight their point that we have in Gloucestershire historically always had very good services for people with learning disabilities. And this also attracted a lot of people to our county with this problem or disability, I should say. And they love it, and they love Gloucestershire, so they tend to stay. And often then now we are picking up their on care because people with learning disabilities are living longer than they've ever done before, particularly people with Down syndrome. This also happens too with our Star Centre, which is an excellent education university for people with disabilities. The young people that come to Gloucestershire love it. They get to know the county, know Cheltenham and all the places around, and most of them do end up staying in the county. And that too then adds to our care needs that we have to provide. The COVID-19 hasn't highlighted the essential role played by unpaired carers, and I want to really mention them and place so much pressure on them. And we have now probably more people that have been carers than we've ever known before. And I think it's going to be important for us to pick up on that, to find out a bit more who's been carers over this last 2 years. Some of them are at breaking point. We know that for a fact, but we have a very good carers provider who looks after our people. And that for us is one of our priorities, is to make sure that we can support those people for as long as possible, looking after those people at home. Because as Carol alluded to, that we do need to keep people independent, living in their homes for as long as possible. And that is what they want. They do not want to go to nursing homes and residential homes. And that in itself means that our domiciliary care services are under even more strain, trying to manage the people at home. And with the COVID pandemic, things are very tricky at the moment, but we are doing our best to maintain that service. The other thing too I would like to do is that we also provide services to victims of domestic abuse and to refugees. And we currently work with Gareth to resettle the Afghan refugees at the moment. who are actually already trying to settle the Syrian refugees. So Gareth, we're working very closely with them. Our organisation provided to help us with that. And that's giving a lot of work that's going on at the moment in the placing of the Syrian refugees. We continue to work in partnership with our district councils in trying to reduce the number of people sleeping rough. During the early days of the pandemic, we found that we had quite some success stories where people who were actually given some permanent accommodation or in hotels for a length of time managed to get some support and help and have actually moved on and are not living rough anymore. I can't give you exact figures on that, but I know for a fact that has happened, and that was proven that if you've given people off the streets long enough support and time, you can probably get them to turn their lives around. You'll always get about 20 people who will not come in, no matter how much we ask them to, even in this cold weather, they will not come in. And we can't make people come inside. So all we can do is support people on the street with our district partners, making sure that they're safe and well, and they've had their COVID vaccines, and they get health services as well provided for them. The only thing I'd like to mention is we are obviously carrying a number of staff vacancies at the moment. And before Christmas, it was 90. I don't know, Sarah, if that's better or worse, but we have got a big recruitment campaign going on this month to try and get as many people to come to work for adult social care. And as the leader and Peter alluded earlier on, we have to make Gloucestershire an attractive place to work. And we have to look at how we offer our jobs and how we can get people to come. Because it's similar all over the country. People are fighting for people to come and work for them. I think it's really just a quick summary on where we're at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kathy. And given that I wasn't aware of which way you were doing this, before we go to Sarah, Tim, have you got anything you want to add before we go to Sarah?
Yeah, I can do my piece now, Chairman, if you would like. Perhaps we can then go to Sarah for an overview of the whole area. So first of all, Happy New Year to those of you that I haven't said that to already. So hope it's a healthy one for us as well, perhaps most importantly. A few bits as I can, probably for the benefits of the newer members of the committee and a refresh for those existing members. With regard to public health, the budget works somewhat differently to the other budgets that you see. We're basically funded by a sort of block grant from government. Now, at the time of speaking today, we haven't yet got confirmation, final confirmation of what that grant fund is, but we expect it to be 24,941,000. We should have that, well before the Budget Council in February. The budget, that sum does form part of the council's base budget, but unlike other budgets, it is ring-fenced for public health, so it can't be used for other things. We provide a lot of our services, as has been mentioned, are commissioned. So we commission bodies to provide services for us, and that's how we fund. And we do work closely with some of the areas that Kathy and Carol have just been mentioned. It is a very integrated system. During the extraordinary period of the pandemic, and I'll just take this opportunity to say what a privilege for me it has been to work with the public health team during these extraordinary, nearly 2 years now, this has been ongoing. And we've seen really some outstanding work. I think we can all be very proud of what's been done, despite the considerable pressures on them and indeed on the whole system. During the pandemic, we did receive significant additional government funding above and beyond the normal grant funding to help with services like mental health, commissioning services like COOth. I'll be coming on a little while to tell you how we're proposing to build on that funding and to put it into our sort of base spend. COVID obviously has been a dominating factor, understandably, and those of you that have attended the briefings, the engagement boards, etc., will know how much work has been done, not only by the public health team, but also with our colleagues in the NHS. But it has been possible to return colleagues within the public health team to what you might describe as the day job, maintaining those services which have always been important and perhaps have become more important to people during the pandemic. As Pete Bungard and the leader said earlier on, probably the most important thing we're looking at really is the overall council strategy. And it's important to understand how we relate to that strategy. Very important things going forward that will be influencing the work of the team, the work of the council, will be focusing on the levelling up agenda. And that obviously links into our strategy on deprivation and inequalities. And you will have seen the Director of Public Health's report on that some while ago, a clear theme. Now, with regard to levelling up, already a great deal has been done, as has been mentioned, and more needs to be done. And we did promise that we'd be having a Gloucestershire conference of levelling up, which will be held on the 5th of April. Work on that is going on. Obviously, it may be virtual, it may be physical, it may be mixed with the two. But more information of that will come out, when we can. But that will be an important milestone, but by no means the only thing that is happening. I want to draw to your attention two significant areas of additional investment that this budget provides. As I mentioned earlier, we've all known of the issues with public health and the need, mental health, and the desperate need that people have. I noticed one statistic was that from the COOF scheme that I mentioned earlier on, that's been ongoing, we were getting 103 young people coming to us a month through the system, needing help. I think that does tell you that there's a very real need. So as part of this budget proposal, we propose to provide an additional £280,000 for a continuing service, which will be offered via a digital platform where no referral from a doctor, no referral is needed, so people can access it as easily as possible. And I'm sure Sarah can give you some more information on how that will work when she does a bit shortly. The second area is one I've been particularly keen that we do throughout my period on public health, and that is really to make a big step forward in tackling childhood obesity, which seems to be key to so many things. So this budget will provide additional 160,000 in the coming financial year and 450,000 in the year thereafter for a child weight measurement scheme. Now, this actually is based on a pilot that's been going on for some while, led by Sue Weaver and the public health team. I think this is a really significant additional area of expenditure, and I hope it's something that we will all welcome. So, in conclusion, I'm probably overrunning my time, but I'd also say that in addition to these things, we also have available to us the one-off, non-recurring Contained Outbreak Management Fund, sometimes known as COMF, which enables us to support COVID-related issues such as COVID outbreaks in a high-risk setting, having a contact tracing team to follow up local schemes. And we've been able to fund a number of schemes from that budget, and we have funding still available as we continue our progress through fighting back against COVID-19. But Chairman, if that's all right, I will now shut up, and I'm sure Sarah would like to add some things in relation to my area and those referred to from Kathy and Carol, and then we'll try to answer any questions.
Thanks, Tim. Right. Then belatedly. No, then, Sarah. Sorry about getting that order the wrong way round, but over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I wondered, to make it easier for the committee, what we normally do is consider adults and public health separately, because they're two quite distinctly different budgets, and whether if we perhaps took adults first and then we can come to public health and just ensure there is sufficient time for public health at the end. But otherwise, I think it might be quite difficult for the committee to flip between the two different types of paper. Certainly, it would be difficult for me anyway. So if I could ask for your indulgence, if we could perhaps deal with adults first and then go on to public health, if that's okay. Okay, so just to add to what Kathy and Carol have said in terms of our adult social care budget, I'm aware time is limited, so I'll be really brief, but just to say that we've proposed some significant increases in the draft budget in relation to technical adjustments for things like cost and demographic changes, and Kathy's already alluded to some of the reasons behind some of those demographic changes. And we know that we're also looking at the impact of COVID, and Carol also alluded to that, and certainly some of we think the level of need within our population will undoubtedly change as a result of the impact of what we are now in a 2-year pandemic, which is likely to last even longer. The proposed budget also makes provision for the Council's share of the costs that are shared with the Clinical Commissioning Group. The next phase is the Learning Disabilities Transforming Care programme, and this really supports our ongoing efforts to enable people to live their life outside of long-term hospital care. And also, the budget contains 1.7 million of funding next year. That represents the first tranche of funding, and it's the Council's share of the 5.4 billion that we raise nationally through the Health and Social Care Levy. And Carol's already alluded to the aspirations in the People at the Heart of Care and the Adult Social Care Reform White Paper. But there's a huge amount of work for us to consider in that, and we're awaiting the technical guidance, which will come out in May. But I think it's fairly safe to say we're looking at the biggest change in adult social care in a generation. There's lots for us to do. And in a way, it's quite exciting. We've been waiting for this for a long time, since 2014. We've finally got the white paper. We're eagerly awaiting the guidance, but we can't underestimate the scale of the challenge ahead of us to have this all in place for October 2023. So I'll pause there. I'm quite happy to take any questions, and I'll throw the floor open to colleagues.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm looking across to see if there are any questions coming forward.
So I've just got John Bloxham at the moment.
Just John. Okay. Well, John Bloxham then.
Apologies, Chair. I can see Andrew Gravels and Stephen Hurst also waving. I think Stephen might have been first.
You've got a better screen than we have by the looks of it. Thank you. John first then.
John, I think you might be on mute.
Cheers. Sorry. Yeah, just picking up that last point and looking at what's in the report. I see that we are building into the budget costs relating to the delivery of the social care reform based on the government's estimate of those costs. From my understanding of what's been presented so far, and I went to the recent County Council conference, it seemed that there's a lack of clarity as to what the burden is that is going to fall on the county as a result of these reforms. And it's by no means clear that the government's estimates of the costs will equate to what the actual cost will be. So have we got something in our strategy to enable this to develop dynamically if we find ourselves in a situation where, and this is not untypical, isn't it, that the burden of responsibility is greater than the level of resources that come across with it?
Shall I answer this one, Kathy and Carol? I think
sure.
The reform is multifaceted, so there's lots of elements to it. And there are 1.7 million obviously is the start, and we've had some initial guidance called the Market Sustainability and Fair Cost of Fund guidance. It's a catchy title to talk that suggests how we might begin to think about using that 1.7 million, which is around stabilising our market. So the Care Act in 2014 gave us a statutory duty to manage our care market. That's domiciliary care and respite and nursing and residential care. And you would have seen a lot in the news around some of the recruitment problems we're facing. We've been given various short-term pots of money to try and support recruitment and retention across the market. That is something we can do now, and we know we need to do more of that because we suspect there'll be an increased demand on that market going forward. It's absolutely true. We don't know the true cost of implementing this piece of policy. I'm sure there is some modelling that has been done at a national level, and we don't know if the money that has been earmarked for us will be sufficient. I think what we have to do is wait for the guidance, understand then how there'll be some modelling in that, I'm sure, so we can do some calculations and then understand what impact that's going to have. But in the meantime, there's lots of other things we are doing. We're doing a review, for example, of our senior staffing structure. We're looking at what else we might need to put into place for things like our financial systems in the back office of adult social care to understand how we might cope with the additional demands. There's lots of preparatory work that's going on, but at the moment we're really waiting for that guidance that's due out in May.
Okay, thank you.
I've got Councillor Stephen Hurst, followed by Councillor Gravels. Are you on mute, Stephen? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm aware that the change to independent living puts great pressures on the way that we can offer domiciliary care to these people who live in their own homes. Are we gearing up for a great increase in domiciliary care because we just don't want the to be thrust upon us without much notice and without increasing skill levels? We've been talking about this now. Are we gearing up for an increase in domiciliary care is really the crux of my question.
I'm going to answer that question until Kathy and Carol indicate they might want to take it. So the answer is we're already doing this work, Stephen. We've been seeing an increase in demand for domiciliary care for the past few years because the transformation work that we alluded to in the commissioning intentions, the adult single programme, really brought about a change in how we support people on their care journey. So we've seen a reduction in the use of bed-based care and residential nursing home beds. And so we want to encourage people to remain as independent in their own home for as long as possible. And that means we need additional domiciliary care. So there have been some issues with the domiciliary care market in terms of people leaving it. And we're working really closely with the independent providers to understand what those drivers are. We've got a whole range of initiatives already in place to try and support recruitment and retention of staff in dom care. They include things like better use of technology to arrange shift patterns, so you're not perhaps having 3 different members of staff from 3 different dom care agencies all attending a meeting, going to meet people and provide care on the same street, for example. How can we make better use of the collective dom care capacity we've got across the county? We're using a range of incentives at the moment to try and support the workforce. There's the first incentivisation payment that I believe is going out next week to the market. We've got another one agreed further on in 2022. So a whole range of different things undergoing at the moment. And I think some of it is around understanding how we can grow our market using a concept called micro commissioning. There's a pilot that's just beginning to be talked about in Matson. And we're also looking at how we could take that further out into some of our more rural areas where we find dom care coverage a bit more difficult.
Are we going to, sorry, can I just add a second question? Are we going to rely on one master organisation? Are we going to live with a number of local domestic care providers?
We commission with quite a large number of different providers. We try and, I think in the past we have experienced provider failure, haven't we? And that was a very difficult period for anyone that lived through that. So we're really aware of the size and scale of our providers. So we commission with a whole range. Some of them are more geographically focused, which is helpful because that means there's reduction in travel time for the staff, but we certainly don't rely on one overall provider.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I've got Andrew, good morning, followed by Councillor Hay.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. My question follows on from the points that Stephen Hurst was making. But first of all, I just want to place on record my thanks as Chair of HOSC to the 3 lead members on the call and also to the Director for the courteous way that they deal with HOSC. They're very patient, they get some tough challenges, and associate with those remarks my thanks to, and I never take any of this for granted, the work that we do with all of the NHS trusts across Gloucestershire. And they are all of you so courteous when you come and get a bit of a grilling at HOSC. So my question is, following on from Stephen's, how can we be sure, totally sure, that this budget addresses some of the needs that our current NHS colleagues are experiencing? And I'm thinking in terms of domiciliary care and the need to up that so that discharge from hospitals perhaps is working even better than it is currently, because we do know that there are issues around delayed discharges because of issues around care packages not always being available because of the levels of sickness and providers not being available and so on and so on. So my question, as I say, follows on from Stephen's in ensuring that we are working very closely, and I know we are working very closely with our partners to ensure that this budget addresses their needs, enables us to be an exemplar when it comes to partnership working. Sorry, it's a bit of a waffly question, but I think you get the gist of it, hopefully. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Would you like me to answer that question?
Yes, by all means.
Okay, I was just looking at Kathy and Carol there. It's much more difficult virtually, isn't it, than if we're in the room together. So I think, I can't say we're 100% sure, Andrew. I think there is fluctuating demand on our adult social care systems. I think our acute NHS services, our NHS services are under unprecedented demand. We've been working hard all over Christmas and New Year to try and manage the flow of people out of hospital. But what we're facing now, and like any other time, is the impact of COVID on our workforce. So we've got so many people off sick. I think of the 212 care homes we've got, there's 96 at the moment that have at least one case of COVID in them, and 29 of those are closed to admissions. So the impact on the system, it's slowing down. That's one of our challenges. So whilst we're working really hard to incentivise domiciliary care, to take packages of care really quickly to help move people back to home as soon as possible or into a care home if that's appropriate for them, there's a lot of confounding factors, I think, that are at play in terms of delayed discharges. So it's not just as simple as social care and not getting people out fast enough. There's lots of factors at play. So is our budget sufficient? I think we've done our very best in terms of the technical calculations for the whole of the adult social care system. We support just under, I think, 25,000 people in our county. And actually hospital discharge is a relatively small part of what we do.
Sure.
So, but at the moment, I think we're as sure as we can be, but there are lots of competing factors at the moment. I think as we've alluded to earlier on, the impact of the adult social care white paper, we don't know for sure exactly what financial impact that will have, but we're doing as much planning and mapping and modelling as we can. So I can give you a degree of assurance, but I can't confirm that this budget is going to be completely enough for the next year, because I think each year at the moment is throwing different challenges at us.
Thank you, Sarah. Andrew's not coming back, so
no, I thought. Sorry, Chair. I mean, that's a really good answer, and I will come back on it. But I thought Carol was trying to get in as well.
Yeah, I was going to take Colin A's question first, and then go back to the cabinet members. But Carol, do you want to pick up on that point?
No, only just to say that one of the really essential bits to managing the flow in and out of hospital has been the need to work with partners in a very creative way.
Sure. Yeah.
And this has really enabled us to really strengthen our partnership working, and also in a very creative way. So relationships are much stronger than they've ever been, and that stand us in good stead for what's coming next. We just expect more to come.
No, Chair, if I could just come back quickly on that. That was the point that I was going to make before I gave way to Carol, because I think that the relationship between Gloucestershire County Council, HOSC, and all of our NHS partners, including the South West Ambulance Trust, is really very, very good. And we have frank discussions, and I think that there's a serious amount of goodwill amongst all of our partners and ourselves as HOSC and the County Council to address these issues. There's no attempt to plus the buck and all that kind of stuff. We all realise that we all have a part to play, and everybody is stepping up to the table and addressing these serious issues. I'm sure there are no quick fixes, but I am sure that we are all doing what all of us can in the situation in which we find ourselves, not least the one which Sarah Scott was outlining, in that with regards to the high level of sickness across all of the services. We can't legislate for that, and no matter how much we put into budgets, it's hard to address very high levels of sickness when they just aren't there. The stuff just aren't there to do the work that we need. Thanks.
Yeah, you're right, of course. Colin.
Thank you. I'm really returning to something that I asked Mark, and it's an assurance from the different cabinet members in this area that the question I asked about the corporate strategy was about targets, and Mark said that there would be departmental plans with the targets that would come shortly. And I just want an assurance that when those plans are in draft form, they come to the relevant scrutiny committee before they go to cabinet, so that we can have a proper discussion about them, rather than it just being a cabinet paper and we get, half an hour to ask questions, which isn't in the spirit of the scrutiny, certainly the overview role of scrutiny. So I see that Rob's put his hand up, so you might have the answer. But and actually Rob might be able to help because it saves me asking the same question about 6 times.
Thanks, Colin, because I made a quick note there to say perhaps Rob Adif would want to come in on targeting, etc., and benchmarking. Rob.
Yeah, so Colin, there are various levels of plans. The top level within each department is the commissioning intentions, and those are already attached to the MTFS. So those are an annex with the papers that came out in December, and will accompany the MTFS through Cabinet and through Council in February. So that's the top level plan within each directorate. So if you haven't scoured through those yet, I'd encourage you to do so, because that's where some of that extra detail will fall. In terms of formal target setting, that will take place between now and the end of Q1. In most cases, we'll be able to get targets in place by the beginning of the year. But obviously in some other areas we're waiting for benchmarking from other authorities which help us in target setting. But I'm intending to bring a benchmarking report to COSC in April that will help with some of that. We're also, once the strategy is agreed, we'll also review the core data set, which we've also taken a recent report to COSC about, and we'll consult COSC as part of that reformatted corporate data set. So you'll get all sight of all those things. What I don't want to commit to doing, and I don't think it would be helpful for us to do anyway, is to take all of the service level plans through scrutiny, because there are literally hundreds of them. And I think, and most of them are of a much more operational nature than would interest scrutiny. So I think scrutiny's focus is more appropriately on those commissioning intentions and the targets that fall out of them that then get reported quarterly to scrutiny.
Thanks, Rob. Colin, did you want to come back? We know this is your area of keenness. Yep, he's waved his hand at me, so I'm presuming he's got the answers he wanted.
Alistair Chambers next.
Alistair, good morning.
Hello. Can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine.
Hi. Yeah, so my questions, I understand obviously the County Council costs and strategies are fundamental to making sure that they're cost saving. They look at that every day. But the cost that stands out to me is obviously, it's been discussed already, the £5 million for the 2 challenging care children. I was wondering, I've spoke to several sort of care companies with outstanding CQC qualifications and or auditing, and they've come back and I've just said, based on a child that needs 4 to 1 challenging care, what sort of costs will you be looking at a year? And they said, even if extreme cases, we think we can substantially bring down those costs. And I've gone out to about 3 or 4 care companies. So I was wondering, is there a way we could have a look at better value for these children? We're obviously ensuring that their care is paramount, is excellent care. Everything's done above board and as good as it is done now. But review these costs and see if we can get better value for the local taxpayers. Thank you.
I'm quite happy to answer that, Chair. I'm apologies, Alistair, I'm not quite sure what budget you're referring to. So I don't think there's anything in the budget sheets we've provided that talks about social care for children. I think that might have to go to Chris and Stephen later on the agenda today. I think what I would say about when we commission care, either in adults or children, there's a lot of work that goes into commissioning frameworks, a huge amount of work around how we get best value for money, but also the quality of the care that we need. And just through my own experience of trying to, and working with the team to arrange packages of care for adults, each adult is treated as an individual. So sometimes people have quite particular needs and contexts in which we have to be aware of. So I can't comment on the figure of £5 million for the 2 children, but from my own experience of commissioning packages of care for adults, we do all we can to try and get best value for money, but recognising some people have really, really complex and challenging needs, and those packages of care can sometimes be quite expensive. So I'll have to leave that to children's colleagues to answer fully, but just to reassure the committee that we do have lots of systems and processes to ensure that we are commissioning and getting value for money.
Alistair, are you with us for the next session, Alistair?
I'm literally apologies. I'm just at the hospital at the moment. I'm about to go in for an X-ray. I've had an accident, so
All right.
so I may
Okay.
not be with you. But thank you for that, Sarah. If there is an opportunity to have a look at those costings offline, that I'd really appreciate that. Just because obviously 5 million for 2 children does stand out as a big figure. But I'm going to do my best, Bill, to stay on. But apologies if I will have to turn my phone off when I go through for an X-ray. Apologies for that.
Okay, we've made a note anyway, and it's online, so we'll be able to pick it up. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
There's no one else indicating, so I didn't know whether you wanted to move on to public health now. So.
Yeah. No one with further questions on that part, so we go on to public health then, Sarah.
Right, I just swapped my papers over. So I think, as Tim alluded to, we've been spending quite a lot of our time still on COVID. Around a third of the team are still working full time on responding to COVID. But over the last year, we have been able to move some of our staff back to a form of business as usual. So really focusing on tackling inequalities, and which is the core sort of raison d'etre of our team, and trying to understand the impact of services on the impact of COVID on the services we commission, but also on the service users. And as colleagues may be aware, we commission a wide range of services, from drug and alcohol treatment to sexual health, to health visiting and school nursing, to the more traditional health and lifestyle services you might associate with public health, as well as domestic abuse and housing for people in vulnerable circumstances and mental wellbeing services. So there's a huge range there. So we're really pleased to be able to return to a degree of business as normal, but I would really caution in terms of how much capacity the team is still spending on responding to the pandemic. I also think it's been quite an interesting year in terms of, and going forward it'll be more interesting in terms of the changes that are coming up. So we're eagerly awaiting the Levelling Up white paper, and this relates quite strongly to the Levelling Up priority in the new council strategy. And also through that, it tries to cement our approach in terms of working with communities, really trying to move as far away from possible as doing to working with. And we've got some really great examples of practice and things like adult social care, where we've taken a strengths-based approach, and we're trying to sort of embody that in our work with communities going forward. We're also really keen to be working with the new integrated care system, which is the new arrangement for the NHS going forward, and we can see lots of benefits in terms of how we tackle inequalities, but also how we push the early intervention and prevention agenda, which is so relevant for public health, but also for adults as well. So I'll pause there. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah.
Stephen Hurst.
Again, Stephen Hurst then, first question. Stephen, are you on mute?
Hello?
Carry on, we've got you now.
Thank you. My question follows up from something that Carol said to us. She said, in consultation with the public. Can she expand a bit on this public consultation programme regarding adult social care? Hello?
Sorry, Stephen, Chairman, my internet is not good at the moment. I could only hear the word consultation, Stephen, so I missed what your question was.
In your presentation, Carol, you mentioned something about, quote unquote, in consultation with the public. And I just wondered if you could tell us a bit more in detail about the plans that you have or thoughts that you have concerning public consultation and adult social care.
Thank you. We've got many models of consultation. We've got the literally the budget consultation, which is widespread and all members of the public can respond. But I was thinking more particular about some of the work that has come forward out of the Health and Wellbeing Board, where we have key drivers of ways of looking at inequalities in our community. And for each of those elements, so if I'm thinking about housing, we've got a project group for housing, which includes service users of specialist housing, the district councils and public representation, as well as developers and others. And what they're doing is talking with members within communities about how housing impacts on people's lives, on their health and their well-being. So that's an example of what I mean by consultation. That we've got people spreading out from groups of people, gathering information in localities about what individuals need and what they need for their own locality and beyond. So that's one example I'm thinking of.
Okay, so can you confirm then that it's a district council's responsibility to do local consultation?
They're partners. Sorry, didn't mean to overtalk. They're partners in consultation. And there's lots of consultation going on at all levels.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, I've got Councillor Lisa Spivey. Good morning, Lisa.
Thank you. That's actually a really interesting question, Stephen and Carol. Thank you for your answer. I'm a firm believer in giving people agency wherever possible to determine paths themselves, because sometimes when you do things to people, it is not what they want. So that's really reassuring. And in fact, I'm very interested about breaking cycles, because we can tread along the same old paths all the time. So again, I was reassured by you saying that you're working in partnership with lots of groups and being creative. I think that's really, really important. We all know there is not endless amounts of money. And so what we need to do is look at other ways of doing things. And I think for me, one of those things, for example, where homelessness is concerned, is the use of schemes like Housing First. We have introduced that at Cotswold District Council, and I wondered what the opportunities were to be doing something on a bigger scale, because I know there's lots of partnership working on homelessness with the district and county councils and other third sector organisations. So would you be considering something like that for homelessness? Because again, I know that it is very difficult to get some people in, and part of that is the pressure of having to be tenancy ready and to commit to doing all of those things. And we know that it's much easier to give support when somebody is in a home as to on the streets. And I think that sort of model could be used in other things. I'm thinking, specifically, just about flipping some things on the head. So, yeah, is there plans for that?
I'm quite happy to take that one. I think we play a role in supporting people who are homeless and rough sleeping, but the statutory duty for rehousing them sits with the districts. So that we have what we call a strategic housing partnership, and the county council is part of that. It's chaired by one of the district councils. So I know that particular model you're looking at, you mentioned it is being looked at, but ultimately it's up to the 6 districts how they wish to house homeless people. Part of the county council role in that is about how we get the rough sleepers off the streets, and we have got a range of different initiatives to do that. I think Kathy recognised some of the challenges these people have faced. Some of them are deeply traumatised, and we experienced that when we brought all the homeless in with our district colleagues in wave 1 of the first lockdown of the pandemic, because some people really found it very difficult just to live in a hotel room. So part of our role was to try and get people off the street, almost acclimatised through that accommodation and community-based support offer, and then working with district councils to find them a more longer-term sustainable tenancy. So at the moment, the county council wouldn't have a role in taking forward that initiative, but certainly would be supporting that rehousing pathway with district colleagues.
Yes, and I absolutely appreciate that. But the statutory duty on the district council is for the housing need, and what we're finding though is that many people are homeless not because they need a home, because we can offer them a home, but it's because they have drug or alcohol problems, there's domestic violence being involved, there are mental health issues, and that's where that sort of strategic and integrated working really needs to come to the fore. We've got somebody in Cirencester who's been homeless for 6 months sitting in the market square, and everybody moans about it, and people are concerned and angry and a range of things from residents, but he won't come in. And it's not because he's not been offered a house. The district council will find him a house, but he has many other complex needs, which are then passed over because there aren't the agencies there to support him into accommodation. So I think it's that kind of thing which we just really need to be sure that we can focus on.
We have a work programme called Adults with Complex Lives, and this was just starting pre-pandemic, so the progress of it has been slower than perhaps we would have liked, but really recognising that we have a group of adults in our county that perhaps might have experienced trauma, they might have mental health problems, they might have a drug alcohol problem, might have experienced domestic abuse, might even be perpetrators of domestic abuse, might have had an issue with the criminal justice system. So we find people who have a whole range of different problems, and very rarely does one person only have one issue to deal with, particularly if they end up living on the streets. So the Complex Lives Project is really trying to look at, well, what can we do? Because we've got good drug and alcohol services, we've got good domestic abuse services, but if you might need help from more than one, and perhaps you're vulnerable, how do we as a county council and as a system help you navigate that to get the help you need? And I think that's what you're talking about in terms of the individuals that have perhaps struggled to sustain a tenancy because they've got a range of other issues. And we're commissioning a review to try and to bring an organisation in to help us do some of that work, because obviously some of my team are still working on the response to the pandemic. But I think we're calling it the Complex Needs Project. It's still in relatively early days. We do have a complex lives cell, and there's a group of operational staff from the range of different organisations across the county who talk about adults that perhaps have some of the complicated lives that we've talked about, and some of those vulnerabilities. And that works at an operational level. But what we need to do is then to do the work strategically to understand, well, how can we perhaps change these services to make them work better together and to almost hold a person. We talk in children about a team around a child, but maybe we need the same approach with some of our more vulnerable adults and a team around an adult. So I think I really recognise what you've described. I can't say that we've got a solution at the moment, but I think we understand the problem, but we're just trying to work through how we best address it.
Lisa, did you want to come back on anything before I go on to Steve Robinson?
No, I think that's great. I think it just highlights that issue. We all know that it's very complicated, and I think many actually of the areas here are very, very complicated. People end up, it's to do with housing, it's to do with health, it's all integrated. And I think the more that we can work together with people and look at perhaps alternative solutions to the usual tried and tested models, the better, really. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Phil. Thank you. Two questions. One, just a clarification. Tim mentioned about 103 young people that we were helping, and I didn't quite catch what that was about. Could you just clarify that? I didn't quite catch that.
Can I do that one? Yeah, it was the COOS, which is a service we commissioned, Steve, for young people to come forward with mental health issues, which they would receive by telephone. It's been funded directly by government, but what we're saying in the budget is we're putting in additional 280,000 for a sort of a service for that to continue. And I was just quoting that figure as showing the real reason for the need that people were coming forward. Sarah might like to comment.
Thanks, Tim. So we commissioned two services very early on in the pandemic, recognising that we thought the pandemic would have a negative impact on people's mental health and well-being. And this sits alongside other offers commissioned by the NHS. And the idea, as Tim said, would be open access, mainly digital platforms for young people, one for young people, one for adults. And we're seeking some additional recurrent funding through this MTFS to commission that on a permanent basis. But we've had some really good feedback from the services, and we're hoping, particularly with the young persons helpline, to help around 1,300 children and young people a year. So we've got the ability to scale that up with through the providers that we're potentially working with.
So how do they learn about this? You said, I think Tim said, they don't need to go through their doctor. So is it through sort of targeted youth and those sort of services?
It's just a website, Steve, and we can share the details with you. And we've put it out through all sorts of things, through our youth service. It's been pushed through GPs, through school nurses. So it's been on our website. So I'll take an action to share that with you after the meeting, and by all means, you share it with anyone that you feel it would be useful for.
Thank you, Sarah. I think I think Steve got a point. It does need a formal launch, doesn't it? We can use our own capacity for our own media team, you know, to promote it through all available platforms, because people need to know it's there and it's free.
Yeah, we have been promoting it all the way through, but we can certainly, once I think we're clearer, we've been through the commissioning process, it would need a relaunch anyway, but we can continue to push it. And certainly, if the budget is approved at full council in February, then we are assured then we have the money to go forward with the commissioning of the recurrent service. We can then continue to support that. But then, of course, it would be a commissioning project and we may well see a different provider. So we certainly can continue to push it to try and drive people to the services and promote its use. I'll take that as an action as well.
Thank you. And if I may, Chair, just a good news story actually as well is that we've had, and Sarah's aware because I've taken it with Sarah and her colleagues and they've been very helpful, a sleeper in our market town for well over 2 years, and he has got complex needs, and he's now, I was very pleased to see him the other day. He's in a hostel in Cheltenham, but I was very pleased he was over in town drinking a coffee on his usual perch, and he was very pleased to tell me that he'd been dry for 196 days. So you know, it was a really good news story because he was a really, we had to close the public toilets, we had to do, had complaints about him taking up the bus shelter and other people couldn't get in there. There were so many issues around him, but he's been dry for 196 days with the help of all the agencies. So it's a really good news story. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. A refreshing story. I've got the other Stephen now. Stephen Hurst again.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? On Point West the other evening, there was they had a session regarding childhood obesity, and there was the clinical lead from Weaver's Court, which I think is in Stroud, isn't it? Weaver's Court, the gentleman there was saying that demand has completely gone through the roof regarding treatment needed for people suffering from childhood obesity, and he quoted the growth, which was very worrying, the huge growth in 2 years in childhood obesity. And this gentleman from Weaver's Court was most concerned about the resource available to deal with people suffering from childhood obesity. Can we comment?
Tim wants to come in.
I mean, I remember watching a programme on Point West last week, a gentleman from Weaver's Court, but I thought it was in connection with eating disorders. But I may be wrong, but Sarah might like to comment. But the important thing to say is that we do, as I said, we are including significant additional funding in the budget for the Childhood Weight Management Programme, which is a big step forward.
Thank you, Tim.
I have to admit, we don't use Weaver's Court as part of our children's weight management approach, so I'm not familiar with the services that they offer. But you're absolutely correct. We have seen an increase in childhood obesity. I think some colleagues might remember that one of our mandated services is the National Child Measurement Programme, and it was suspended in 2020 for obvious reasons. Children weren't in school, but it was then reinstated last year, and the idea being that the staff would then collect a sample and we would then model our childhood obesity based on that sample. But actually, the staff at Gloucester Health and Care managed to get a 98% sample of reception children. So the data we have is highly, highly accurate and suggests that 13.5% of our reception age school children, so those aged 4 and 5, are obese, which is huge. And the data for year 6, we managed to get a 10% sample, which is modelled, and that estimates that 21.1% of year 6 children, so those aged 10 and 11, have obesity. So this is really, really concerning, which is why the suggestion and the proposal for the Children's Weight Management Service in the MTFS is so important, because we don't have a service that, apart from the pilot we've been running for the last 2 years, that supports children and their families. And it's so difficult, I think, to try and address childhood obesity just by looking at the child. So the Busybodies pilot that we've had is around looking at the child and the family, and looking at the whole family context. And we also know that the obesity, whether it be adults or children, is very much linked to deprivation. And we see much higher levels of childhood obesity in some of our more deprived parts in the county. So we've had some really good outputs from the Busybody pilot, and we're looking to use the same model to commission the service out next year, should the funding be approved at full council in February.
Do we have sufficient money in the budget to cope with this growth in childhood obesity?
I think that we certainly have. We've got a proportion. We've got a proposal in the budget. Sorry, to look at commissioning a permanent service. Whether it's enough to tackle the problem, I very much doubt, because the problem is huge. But I think there's also something about working with people when they're ready. So being obese, it involves quite complicated feelings around anxiety and shame. It can significantly affect your mental health. So it's not just about putting all these children on diets, it's about working with families and healthy eating and a whole family approach. It also involves physical activity. So even if we had an unlimited budget, some families just wouldn't be ready to engage with us. So we're very much seeking to carry on. The loan from the pilot will inform the service, and then we'll seek to have that sort of and do study act cycle to make sure that we continue to learn and ensure the intervention is as effective as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I've got
Andrew.
Lisa again, I think, with
I
another
think
question.
Andrew's been indicating for quite some time, Chair.
Cheers,
So
Sarah.
I've got
Sarah.
I've got Andrew on my list. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
I'll take Lisa and then Andrew.
Thank you. I think that it's a really good point, this obesity thing, and as you say, Sarah, it's not just a one answer kind of problem, is it? And I think that's part of what I was saying is I'm really interested in all these things where we can break cycles. It's well, I mean, there are children maybe who go out and feed themselves, but generally, if you're talking about 4 and 5 year olds, they're being fed by parents, and they're obviously being fed the wrong things and the wrong amounts, because actually that's what it boils down to. And I'd like to say it's not just about food; it's about deprivation, it's about lifestyles, it's about all sorts of issues. And I think I'm not sure whether it's also just a money thing, but it's also about support and what we can do to support those families. I think it's something that does it's a shocking figure, really, especially when you think about 4 and 5 year olds. That's really setting them up very poorly for life, and in terms of health outcomes, etc. So I think it's something that I'd certainly like to be looking at much more closely, whether that's just not just at the budget but also through scrutiny. So just to sort of say that. But I think it's about breaking cycles and supporting families in the first instance to be able to provide a far more healthy diet for their children.
thank you, and I do agree. It is a really complicated problem. Quite often, it's around the quality of the food that is available. There are hundreds of different causes of obesity. Physical activity and embedding that as a normal part of family life is equally as important. So I think we've got, it might be May or it might be in March, certainly booked onto the Adult Social Care and Community Scrutiny Committee, an update on children's weight management. So that's already on the agenda planner for that, but it is complicated. But that's why I really welcome this initiative, because I think it complements a lot of work that's already going on. So it certainly wouldn't act in isolation. We've got lots of other things that it would link to, but it certainly would help most children that are most acutely affected by obesity.
Thank you, Sarah. I've got Andrew followed by Colin Hay, and I want to stick, if we can, to the timetable. So unless somebody's got something desperate, we'll make that the last pair. So Andrew.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I think the piece on Points West, which I saw, referred to the eating disorder service. And there were some pretty alarming statistics chucked around during that piece on Points West. Straight away, I emailed Paul Roberts, who heads up Gloucestershire Healthcare Service, and he said, yep, that is a service that we provide. There are issues, and he outlined what they are. And he also advised me that that service was commissioned by the Clinical Commissioning Group. And Sarah Scott will recall that I copied her into a couple of the emails. And I've asked the Clinical Commissioning Group to keep HOSC up to speed on the progress that they are going to be asking for, I guess, from the care services around eating disorders. Just a quick couple of points for Lisa. I'm certainly with you in looking outside of the box in tackling all of the housing issues. And a lot of the strategic housing partnership working is headed up by Gloucester City Council. So I'm going to give them a plug. I'm really happy, Lisa, to email Ruth Saunders and copy you into the email so she can give you whatever. I'm not implying that you need advice. I'm sure you could probably give us all advice. You're obviously very much on the board, but really happy to keep you in the loop on that. And from my own experience, up until the end of last year, I was lead member for housing and planning. And I stood down because it was only supposed to be a temporary appointment for a year, and I ended up doing it for 3 years. And I thought I'd done my time on this portfolio. But just to plug, I was talking earlier about working with our partners in the health service. I've worked very closely as a lead member on housing with some of our health partners when it comes to them disposing of properties. And I think we're very close to coming up with concluding a plan, a project to repurpose one of the health service buildings in Gloucester into some seriously good short-term housing for people who have serious needs. And so it's not always about getting the most money on any disposal of asset. It's also taking into account the social benefits and what they might add up to. And I think you'll find, all of you, not just Lisa, that if you talk to any of the health trusts who are thinking of disposing properties and say, we have a housing issue in our district, could you take this on board? Could you consider this? You will find you're knocking at a very open door, and it's all about looking at new ways. It's looking at new ways of working with all of our partners. And I think that I'm so chuffed that the old silo mentality is history. It's long gone. And just to reassure everybody, I'm convinced that in Gloucestershire, we really up with the front runners when it comes to working across the whole partnership arena with our health partners, local authority partners, and even private sector partners, and of course housing associations. I see no evidence these days of silo working. Sorry, I went on a bit, but I hope, Lisa, you don't take any exception to me implying that you need any help at all from me or anybody else on this call. But it's all about working together. And if you're doing something in Cotswold that we can learn from, by all means tell us. And I'm happy to shout about what Gloucester is doing when it's doing it particularly well. I think that's the end of what I want to say. Thanks, everybody. Okay.
Thanks, Andrew. I was waiting for a question, but thanks for all that helpful advice. Finally, then
my question is the old one at the end of a little rant like that. Do you all agree? Hope so.
Yeah. Finally, then, to take us to 11:15, Colin, as in Colin Hay.
Thank you. I was just going to ask for a bit more detail on the rise of obesity, and I just wondered how much of that is due to the pandemic, because I could well see that there's, with people getting food parcels and having extra school meals, they may have actually been on a slightly healthier diet. I don't know, but if there has been a rise, should that be the focus of some Build Back Better money? Because in that respect, if we can show that the cause of the increase was because of the lockdowns that we've had, then it would be a good use of Build Back Better money to maybe try and put some extra cash into sorting it. Thanks.
Thanks, Colin. I don't know that we could say with absolute certainty that the pandemic has caused the rise in obesity. I would suggest there's a strong association. I think I've have struggled and been basically sitting more, I think, during the pandemic at home in front of a laptop. And I think that there is something about, we've seen a general trend in terms of weight increase in the last 18 months. But I think that's an association with the pandemic rather than a direct cause. In terms of whether the any of the levelling up money could be used in addition to what's already proposed? I don't know. I think that's maybe is an answer for Tim, a question for Tim.
I mean, I'll just comment on that. I mean, I take the point, but I would say that childhood obesity has been an issue, a serious issue, in the 5 years that I've been doing this job in the cabinet. So it isn't entirely caused by the pandemic, but I'm sure the pandemic has become a factor in increasing numbers, as has been said. I think we are awaiting the publication of the white paper on levelling up, for example. I think that may also give us a vehicle. But I'm very pleased that we have achieved this money in our budget, which is a significant step forward. And I think that will help us to probably understand the situation more. And that gives us a basis to do more in the future. And if we can do more in the future, we absolutely will.
Thanks, Tim. And that's brought us neatly to 11:15. Can I thank the cabinet members and obviously Sarah? Sarah, we know it's a particularly demanding time for you, so thank you for giving us so much time, and as always, thank you for your frank and straight answers. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a break now till 11:30. Can I ask members perhaps to take their screens down, because I do believe we're transmitting all the way through.
Yeah, so we'll be live on YouTube throughout. So just turn off your cameras if you're not there, and return at 11:30. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Well, welcome back. Welcome to those who are just joining us for this particular session. Cabinet members, I'm checking that I've got Stephen Davis and Phil Robinson. And obviously, from the officer perspective, Chris Spencer, they're all there.
They're all there, yeah.
Right, thank you. Who is going to take the opening lead? Is it going to be Stephen or Philip? Says me.
I can't hear.
Kick off.
So we can't quite hear Stephen.
Sorry?
So I can't hear Stephen Davis. He's trying to speak there, but we can't quite get you, Stephen.
Sorry, can you not hear me?
Very faintly.
Faint.
Can we just check out the sound for both Stephen and for Philip then?
Can you hear me, Phil?
That's Philip Robinson? I recognise the voice. Yes,
it is.
Thank you.
You can hear me.
Are you opening the batting, or was Stephen to open the batting?
I'm happy to, but I thought that Chris was going to give a report.
Yeah, but the only reason I ask is on the first session I went the wrong way round and took. I went to the officer instead of the cabinet members. So, but by all means, if Chris wants to start, given that we're not picking up Stephen, then and we'll carry on from there. So, welcome, Chris. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you all as well, and thank you for your time this morning. So, for those of you that haven't met me, which I don't think is very many of you, I'm Chris Spencer. I'm Director of Children's Services, and Sue, who is our business manager from finance, Sue Hall, and I have prepared just a brief presentation which gives you an oversight of the budget and the pressures that we're facing. And I'll talk about a number of risks and challenges within that and what we're doing to try and mitigate those risks and challenges, and talk a little bit about strategy for how we might do that or are doing that. And then, of course, leave lots of time for members to scrutinise, challenge and ask questions of us. So I'm just going to hand over to Sue to give you the bare numbers, and then I'll take over from that. So at this point, over to Sue.
Thanks, Chris. I'll for members, I'll try and just going to share my screen. Hopefully that should be coming up now.
Yep.
Okay. So these are the first slide of two slides that I'm showing you are about the forecast position, and this relates to the forecast position that was presented to Cabinet in December based on the October forecast, which showed a 17.3 million overspend, of which 8 million of that was due to COVID, or sorry, the net position was 8 million. Some of the significant variances, and one stands out more than any of the others, is the external placement budget, where it's 9 million overspent, where 9 million of that, 7 million of that related to placements, giving a net position of 6 million. And I expect as we go through, we'll mention it's not just the increase in activity that we've seen in the budget, but also the cost of placements. We set a unit cost of 105k per annum for the placement budget, but they're looking now at the average forecast is 114. So you can see the significant increase that's happened on the pressure on the placements costs, as well as the number of the activity, the numbers coming through. Second area is safeguarding staff costs of 1.3 million. Today, at the moment, turnover is beginning to increase. Recruitment and retention, real issue, retaining staff and also recruiting experienced staff. And a lot of our recruitment has been on newly qualifieds. So at the moment, turnover is around about 20%, and the number of agency staff is about 100. So this is putting additional pressure on our staffing costs. The third area is children with additional needs, and this is children's with disabilities, and a lot of that is to do with care packages and the cost that we're also paying jointly with health for some of these complex people. The fourth area where there's pressure is homeschool transport, 500,000. A lot of that is to do with the rise in EHCP and the SEN pupils that we need to transport, as well as cost of reprocuring routes and the number of solo journeys. Final thing to pick up is that there is an underspend in our regulated services, which picks up fostering and adoption. That's because the activity at the beginning of the year was less than the budget that we had set. So just looking at the investment that's proposed, total of across both education and vulnerable children, 14 million. It's about 11 million and nearly 12 million in vulnerable children, with the rest in education services. So picking up external placements, we're putting in 5 million with an additional 1 million under the one-off costs. Additional social work capacity, that's majority of that cost is to try and reduce the caseloads down to a manageable caseload work for social workers to the rate of about 18 per social worker. Fostering staff, there's a mixture there between inflation increases for allowances to ensure that we're paying minimum standards and also our foster carers a competitive rate, the increase in SGOs, and also a couple of areas where we're investing in our recruitment staffing so that we can increase the number of foster carers and also family and friends support. Pay awards and national insurance, and then contract inflation. Majority of that is to do with our external placements budget, where we're going out to new frameworks and we need to increase it. Those costs are likely to increase. Therefore, we've allowed for that contract inflation. Supporting families, that's linked to the comprehensive spending review or the review from budget from the government, where they've allocated additional funding, and that's the assumed value that we'll get through the settlement. So that's the majority of the vulnerable children's area. Then moving on to education, proposals for homeschool transport, and you can see there's two amounts. One's one-off and one's put in there permanently of 984k. Again, to pick up the increase in the SEN cost of transport, but also those procurement costs as well that we're likely to see come through over the next year. The second area, support to education with SEND. The increase in EHCPs has been significant throughout the last few years, and to be able to support the processing of those and the support and to ensure that children are getting those plans in place, we've needing to increase the staffing. I think SEN plans have been increasing by about 34%, and it's we need additional staff to be able to support that process. And then finally, the pay awards and national insurance. The small level of savings, the majority of that is to do with the reduction in deferred pensions that are coming through for teachers under the education area. So that's the main budget and cost pressures, and I'll hand back to Chris for the next slide.
Thank you, Sue. So those are the raw numbers, so to speak. I just want to kind of put a little bit of meat on the bones and scratch the surface of those numbers in terms of the pressures that they're creating, because on the surface of it, and actually some way below the surface, they're not insignificant, are they? There's some real pressures there and some real threats, not just to the budget for children's services, but to the council as a whole. So just in terms of setting the context and giving you a little bit of information about the national picture, I've been reading recently The Future of Children's Social Care, which is a joint County Councils network publication with Newton Europe, who are a well-known company who produce data and predictive analytics on local authority spend. And I think, to give some understanding of the history of the funding for children's services, it's important to kind of give you a picture of that. Now, their cover or period of analysis is from 2014 to 15 up through to and including 2019-20. That's when they've got the entire basket of national statistics. During that time, they report a decline in funding for children's services generally and across the board of 35.8%, and an increase at the same time of 19.1%. That is of the total LA grant for children's services and social care in particular. So what that has meant is that we spend more on formal intervention, i.e. more on children in care, than we do on early intervention and prevention. So there's been, if you like, parallel decreases in spending in proportion to the total budget on prevention and early intervention, if you compare that to children in care. So they quote figures, and this is their figures for that period. 42% reduction in early years funding, 35% reduction in Sure Start, that's children's centres funding, 18% reduction in youth services, and a 52% reduction in universal services. Now, those are their figures, not mine. And you can always trust and challenge the veracity of figures in different proportion, but they are quite a reputable outfit, and it is the outfit that our LGA and CCN work with. So that gives you a little bit of backdrop nationally, and also if you look at specifically the spend on children in care, that's risen in that same period from 3.8 billion to 5.3 billion. So that's a 42% increase, not increase actually. That was 3.8 was 42% of the total budget back in 14-15. 5.3 billion in 1920 is 51% of the total budget. They predict that we'll be spending 7.4 billion by 24-25, which will be 59% of the total budget. And again, I just quote that because it means that we're having to spend more on formal intervention for children in care. And by necessity, that means we're spending less on early help and intervention in order to prevent that flow into more formal interventions by us. So you'll know that there's a review of children's social care underway at the moment, and government is taking a very close look at the model for children's social care, because of course, if you look at those projections and the predictive analytics that Newton Europe and the CCN are coming up with, they don't make for happy reading. Now, the reasons nationally and locally in Gloucestershire for that increase in spend is, the first one is inflation. Now, nationally, inflation accounts for 16% of the increase, but in Gloucestershire, it's only 5%. The second element is the number of children generally in the child population, which is quoted as 6%. Again, in Gloucestershire, it's only 5%. It's 1 percentage point below. If you look at the change, and this is where this becomes really significant, the change in spend per child in care it accounts for over a third of the increase in costs in total. It's 37% nationally, it's 40% locally in Gloucestershire. And the other element, the last element, is just the number or volume of children in care, which has gone up considerably. And that accounts for 41% of the increase in costs nationally, but 50% of costs in Gloucestershire. So if you add those last two categories together, that is the total number of children in care and the average cost of a child in care, that accounts alone for 90% of the increase in costs across that 5-year period, which is pretty significant. So that's a national picture. Now, there are variations and nuances, which I'm sure I'll get asked about when it comes to the questions. But just before we go to the questions, the slides that I've put up really talk about the key elements of our strategy to manage that scenario locally, which I've just presented in relation to the national picture. And in many ways, our strategy hasn't changed from last year. It's been, tweaked and varied according to the changes that have emerged, but the strategy remains the same. And if you bear in mind what I've just said, the most important element of our strategy is trying to reduce and control the numbers of children coming into care. They've risen. Currently, we stand at 848. So it's at about the highest it's ever been. It's been slightly higher than that recently, but it's 848 at the moment as we sit here. Now, if you think about the average cost of a child in care, then if we were to reduce that number by 100, that would be a considerable saving. But we can't do it, of course, at the expense of the safety of children. What we need to do, and again, I refer to the strategy, is intervene earlier, intervene more effectively, and hopefully expand our skill set in order to enable placement with parents, with support, to enable them to be better parents rather than remove them from their home. But that carries with it some risk, of course. So the first element of our strategy is the reduction of the number of children in care through our sufficiency strategy, which I detail there on that first slide. And then if you get under the skin of that, if you look at how those children are placed, then again, there are elements within our strategy that targets particular cohorts of children. So the average cost of a child in a residential setting, give or take, is £4,000 to £5,000 a week. So a lot of money. I mean, it can cost £10,000 a week, and in exceptional circumstances, you well know, because I've reported and it's been reported in the press, that it can be exceptionally more than that in a very small number of cases. So 4,000 to 5,000 would be about the average. Now, the average cost of a foster placement is about £1,000. So between 4 and 5 times cheaper. So the placement mix is a key issue here. You know, the more children that we can have in foster placements rather than high cost residential placements is a really key factor in us controlling costs. And that's a key element of our strategy. Similarly, you can have in-house foster placements and you can have private foster placements, which are called independent fostering agencies, or IFAs for short. The average cost of an IFA is between about £1,000 and £1,200 a week, whereas our in-house service costs about something between £800 and £1,000 a week. So we're trying to increase not just the proportion of children in foster care relative to expensive residential placements, but we're also trying to increase the number of in-house foster placements compared to independent fostering placements, because they're better quality in my view, but they're also more cost effective. Now, we're trying to do that at a time when the numbers of children in care are rising. So although we've been very successful at increasing the number of in-house foster placements, the proportion hasn't improved because, of course, the numbers that we're having to place have gone up. So the proportion of children who are in care, who are in in-house foster placements has remained pretty static, if not dropped a little. So another important aspect of our strategy is to ensure that we maximise the number of local foster placements. We've got a whole transformation and improvement plan to do that. So the placement market itself is the main problem and the route to salvation. If we can manage the market by intervening in it, if we can change our placement mix, we think of it in terms of a care ladder that replicates costs. So, you know, the lowest rung will be to keep children at home with their parents and support them. The next one would be in-house fostering, private fostering, residential placement, and very highly complex placements beyond that. So we think of this in terms of care ladder, and that the whole essence of the strategy is to attenuate those placements down that ladder to the point where we can offer a good quality home for these children, because I don't like talking about placements really, it's their home, but at a much more cost-effective way. There is an absolute relationship with the quality of social work practice, which is improving, but we're still not a good service yet. As we get better and better, we should see fewer and fewer children coming into care. But again, we're not alone in that. It's a national trend. At the moment, there's about 80,000 children in care nationally. And by 24-25, if we look at the current predictive analytics, there'll be close to 100,000. So almost a 25% increase. Now, the worst case scenario, of course, is that 25% comes to realisation, and that we have to foot the cost of that. So our strategy, as I say, is to control the numbers in care and the placement mix. And that will be the main, if you like, weapon that we have to control costs. The other is, and I'll just say for a couple of minutes, is staffing. When I arrived 3.5 years ago, we had close to 50% agency staff. They are considerably more expensive than permanent employees. So we're trying to reduce the proportion of our staff that are agency. We got it down to just below 20% back in the summer and early autumn. But due to whatever reason, maybe it's the lifting of COVID, maybe it's people reappraising their lifestyle, we seem to be seeing a drift towards agency working from permanent employment nationally, regionally and locally. And our agency rate has just picked up again to about 25%. So at the moment, it's headed in the wrong direction. And of course, that proportion is relevant to the budget. You saw the budget line that Sue put up. Most of those budget pressures in relation to staffing are the additional costs of a social worker who is agency over and above a permanent social worker. So I've kind of given you my version of the mitigation of our risks and challenges, but I've got there under that slide 1, continued implementation of our sufficiency strategy, which I can talk to more about if I get the questions. We've got now an Edge of Care team and a permanence project that tries to focus on preventing children coming into care, maintaining placements where they look fragile and could break down, because there's an inevitability that if a placement breaks down, the next one costs more. So there's a real interest that we have in trying to stabilise placements where they look fragile. And lastly, wherever possible, and it's not in every case, reunification. We're not good at reunifying children with their families. And if we can do that, of course, there's a reduction in cost because they're placed with their family rather than in something other than that, which costs ourselves money. And again, one of the reasons for the increase in children in care that we have to address and be able to answer is that the numbers of children coming into care haven't increased significantly, but the numbers of children leaving care has decreased significantly. So that's the main reason for the increase in the numbers of children in care, and that we got similar numbers coming in, but we're not successful at returning them home. So that's another factor. So sorry, Chair, I'm conscious that I've probably taken more than my 10 minutes, but I hope that's useful in terms of introduction. The slides speak for themselves. I'm happy to take any questions on any of those, but that's the gist of what I think the challenges are and what we're doing about it.
No apology needed, Chris. Thank you for the explanations and for members setting the scene, really. And I'm going to ask the Cabinet members if they want to put anything in now, and then we'll go to a round of members' questions, potentially. Philip, I know you're there. Is Stephen with us? As in Stephen Davis.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear somebody very faint. Yeah, I can see Stephen on screen.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, are you going to start then, Stephen?
Yeah.
It might pay to, because of your signal, it might pay that, not that we don't want to see you, but your transmission will be better perhaps if you take your camera down.
Is that any better?
No, the signal is very, very weak.
I think it's
Hmm.
Is that any better? Is it any better now?
A bit. Try again, Stephen.
Quickly enough that I can crack on, or do you need me to dial back in?
Yeah, okay. I'll go to Philip and then come back to you then, Stephen. Okay. Philip, are you picking this up loud and clear?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it would have made sense really for Stephen's content to follow on Chris's, because it relates more to what Chris had been talking about. But there is an education element to all of this. And I'd just like really to make a pitch on the education side regarding the council strategy and the budget. The top line really is that we've got to continue to develop a comprehensive range of good quality education that meets the needs of all our young people, and including those with special educational needs and disabilities and behavioural needs. And this will involve supporting local schools to develop a vibrant, high-performing education system that meets the needs and aspiration of all those pupils, and particularly the most vulnerable. And that's what this is all about. That's what all the details lead to. That's the purpose of what we're doing. And that's why I'd like to say a word about and draw your attention really, particularly to the capital investment in schools that's going on, and there's a lot going on. There's a £1.6 million expansion in the Heart of the Forest Community Special School, £7.5 million in a new carbon neutral school at Warden Hill Primary School there. Of course, you'll know about the £9.5 million investment in a new special SEMH school in Brockworth, £11 million in a new carbon neutral primary school in Bishop's Cleeve. Sure, we all know about the £30 million investment in the new Leckhampton High School. It was my good fortune to visit there recently and just see how that marvellous building is rising from the ground. And that's part of a huge investment over the next 4 years. Just those that I've mentioned amount to 60 million already. It is worth talking about what drives the expenditure in the revenue budget. In the report that went to Cabinet, and I think Chris touched on this, it said that the home to school transport overspent by £502,000 in the previous year, and that is due to the ever increasing numbers of pupils with EHCPs. Sue referred to this in her presentation. She talked about a 34% increase, and this is a legacy of the 2014 reforms where the EHCPs were introduced. In itself, they were very, very welcome reforms, with a lot to be pleased about in those reforms, but there is a knock-on effect, and one of those is home to school transport costs. In terms of the dedicated schools grant, there are huge budget pressures in Gloucestershire that are reflected in the national picture. Nationally, local authorities with significant deficits in the high needs area. And we do have to look at the implementation of the high needs strategy, which will be essential to ensure that the budget is balanced in future years. And there is a spending review of services in progress with a view to a financial recovery plan being reviewed and developed alongside that review. So that's the wider picture regarding education, and I'll be happy to take any questions on that after Stephen has given his report. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Philip. Is Stephen back with us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
That's better, Stephen.
Fantastic. I'm glad we fixed that technical problem. I will be brief because I do want to get on to questions. But I wanted to underline a couple of points that Chris made. First off, we are spending the money to improve the service, to continue to work towards our next Ofsted visit, which we believe will be imminent, and that we will move this service forward certainly from being inadequate to requires improvement, which is our hope and expectation. I think the other point that Chris made, which I wanted to underline, was that we're also making investments to hopefully reduce demand in the future. And I point particularly at family hubs and youth hubs that will be introduced next year. So we're investing money to try and reduce the pressure on the service. But equally, we're trying to get control over our expenditure. And the example I would point out there is Tavone House, and we have future plans for an equivalent Tavone House 2 and 3, which allow us to, as Chris said, intervene in the market and get better value than we've currently been experiencing. Again, if you look at the numbers that we went through in terms of overspend, placements is a particular major issue. And then linked to that is something that I think, every time we talk, we should talk about is encouraging more people to become foster carers, and particularly foster carers working with the county rather than independent, because there's it's a much better outcome for children, but it's also financially makes sense. And that'd be my final comment. Much of what we're doing is not about the money. The consequence of doing the right thing says actually we are more efficient financially, but it is about doing the right thing primarily, and we're seeing significant investment to support us continuing to do that. I'll shut up then and allow people to move to questions.
Thank you, Stephen, and thanks for clearing up the IT issue. We've got some members' questions, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, over to members then. Becky first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I guess I just wanted to ask, do we understand why people choose to foster through an agency rather than through county, so that we can hopefully encourage more families to foster through the county rather than the agency, if we have that understanding?
Yeah, good question, Becky. And I think the honest answer to that is that they're better at marketing than us. They employ professional marketing agencies and branding agencies, and they dress up an IFA to be equally as good an offer as a in-house local authority fostering placement. And one of the things that we've done as part of our fostering improvement plan is engage a subject specialist to advise us on how we present ourselves as an organisation. Because ultimately, I mean, in many ways, foster carers are our employees, aren't they? So I don't think we treat them as employees, but we could. So I think the honest answer is branding and marketing, because when you do get people who are fostering for an IFA come across to the local authority, they always say very good things about the support that they get from our team. They don't get any more money in an IFA. The extra costs, of course, go to the agency that run it. It's a profit-making agency. So they don't do it for money. And the other thing that's really disappointing is when I did the analysis of this, 132 IFA placements are in Gloucestershire. So they're actually Gloucestershire people. We've got, how many have we got? 217 IFA places, foster placements. And 132 of those are Gloucestershire people. So you have to ask yourself, don't you, and challenge yourself about, well, why didn't they come with the in-house offer rather than with an IFA? So we're looking at that very closely with subject specialists, but I do think the answer lies in better branding and marketing.
Thank you for that. Is it social workers that support foster families? And is the turnover in social workers partly the issue, maybe? And do agencies potentially give a more consistent personal service or something like that?
No, I don't think that's a factor. Our fostering service is in fact predominantly permanently staffed and very stable. It's one of the more popular roles for a social worker, and we don't have any problems recruiting to permanent posts. The problem we have with staffing is around safeguarding and assessment, which is the frontline child protection work.
Good. Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Becky. Good afternoon, Nick. Ben, my neighbouring councillor, Ben Evans.
Thanks, Phil. And thanks very much for your report, Chris. Question for you, Stephen. I sat here a year ago and asked Richard Boyles, in fact, made the point to Richard Boyles that in October 2021, he would be reporting through the press that there'd been an £8 million overspend. He said they wouldn't be. He assured me there wouldn't be, and in fact he assured me that he would be sitting in this meeting today explaining why that isn't the case. Now, for reasons we're aware, Richard isn't here. There's always a £8 million overspend. I completely understand why the money needs to be spent on children and young people, and I've got a second question which I'll get onto in a moment. My question really is about where's the accountability and what's the consequence if in 12 months' time, as we all fully expect, you know, we're saying there's been an £8 million overspend, which there will be. We're aware that will happen. So what then is what then, Stephen, for you is the sort of where's the accountability or the consequence in the budget making process, the budget setting process, rather than the money spending process? We all agree that money needs to be spent where it needs to be spent. It's around, for me, the question is around the slightly disingenuous way that this is done, because, you know, 2018 was 8 million, 19 was 6 million, 20 was 8 million. It's always that figure. So I wonder what the consequences are. And the second question, which is goes along with that, really, Chris spoke at length, and I share his passion for early intervention work. However, the slides talking about the strategy were all about late intervention, and the only point around early intervention was around working with partners. It's a horrible phrase of, you know, upstreaming, putting money upstream to sort of prevent both personal, you know, benefit for people, but also financially. It seems at the very best you're taking this, you know, the strategy out of the sea and into the mouth of the river. It doesn't seem any strategy at all for bringing it, you know, to the spring or to somewhere sensible further up. And I just wonder what the strategy is. What is the strategy to prevent people needing these high-end expensive services that, since the ideological, you know, decisions made in 2010 have been absolutely inevitable? So they're two questions, but I know they're related to each other.
Thank you, and good questions too. I think on the overspend, I just want to say I think you can see line items in this budget aimed at addressing the most major overspends of last year. I'm not going to comment about what Richard said a year ago, but the biggest single one is if you look at the overspend on placements, which are incredibly expensive for a small number of very high needs individuals. We have a plan to bring those in county, which will reduce those. That plan involves capital investment. We've seen it in Pavone House. We'll see it in future versions of that. So I can point at those things that says, yes, we will not, you know, we can see where we overspent and we're going to address those issues. I have to say, though, that partly because it's the right thing to do, and partly because we are legally responsible for many of the things that we do, we have a statutory responsibility, the budget will never be 100% accurate because events happen and we are obliged to spend that money. And I'm not going to hide from that. It will, which is why I'm not going to guarantee you that we're going to hit the budget 100% this time next year. But what I can point at is those things where we are spending investment and money to address the big line item overspends of last year. On your second question, I think you're right. There's always a question of how much could you spend and would you spend. I would point you at the family hubs that we are going to reintroduce, and the youth hubs and youth services, all aimed at moving, and I like your analogy of upriver, of moving these services upriver to address that. We also spend money on we have some targeted money we spend with partners on particularly troubled families and trying to improve their outcomes. So we are at all the time trying to improve that. So I think we are taking those actions. We could have a debate here or at a later date as to whether, it should have been done earlier, whether, we made the right decisions all the way in the past. I don't think that's helpful. I think what you've got to look at now and judge us on now is what our plans are for next year.
I don't know, Ben probably wants to come back on some of the...
I will really briefly, Chair, because I'm aware of the people who've got their hands up.
Yeah.
The question actually, Stephen, and thanks for your answer, it's a full answer, but the question wasn't answered around what the consequence is. So if, for example, in October, as most people in this virtual room fully expect, there's an £8 million overspend, will there, for example, be an apology? Will there be a review? Will there be something put in place that, because, I'm fairly open-minded, positive chap, but I'm getting a little bit cynical about it. And I wonder what the next stage would be to make sure that this, doesn't happen for the next 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, Ben, I'm not a great believer in apologies for apologies' sake. What I am a believer in is we have to have a plan. If you look at how we behaved this year to try and we reduce the predicted overspend in the last 6 months, I believe. I think, the actions that we take is what we should be judged on. We have seen the cause of the overspend this year, and we are taking actions to address that. Do I guarantee that there will not be other problems in the system? No. Do I guarantee that all of our problems will address all of our overspend in the timescale? No. But what I would expect to happen is that if we have an overspend, we have a plan and we have action to address that overspend.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm not going to invite Ben back in, but there might be time again yet. And Ben, of course, yeah, you sit on CYP scrutiny anyway, don't you? I think so. You obviously do a fair bit of monitoring and benchmarking yourself here. Okay, I'm going to go on to Andrew Miller, who chairs that committee, and then after that, I've got David Drew.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Chris, Phil, and Stephen, who spoke earlier. Before going further, I'd like to just mention to members here that I myself am applying to become a foster carer with GCC, but I don't want to talk about fostering or ask about fostering. I've got two things really I think I'd like to ask about. So, firstly, in relation to the last point on budgets, Stephen, I think you're right. I don't think that you should be apologising for an £8 million overspend because there is, it's a demand-led service, and this is an issue as much of forecasting rather, I think, than budget control. But what I think might be more useful is if you could get an outline of the assumptions that have gone into the forecasting for the demand that then goes on to create the cost, and also perhaps to give some view of the likely range and uncertainty, because I think we all accept that there's an uncertainty associated with demand and also with high needs cost placement. And therefore, perhaps while we've got to have a single figure for the budget, we could in these sessions also give an outline of the indicative range around which we think these central forecasts might eventually fall. And I think that perhaps would just give an element of transparency to all members, including Ben, who raised that question earlier. But nobody thinks that nobody sensible would believe that just because a forecast doesn't turn out perfectly doesn't mean that it doesn't have value to our organisation or in the budget setting process. Now, in terms of the mitigations for these costs, I think I'm broadly satisfied that the officers have the right strategy to reduce risks around costs in future through early help intervention and through Travone 2 and 3 and through other measures that they'll be putting on. So I'd like to congratulate the officers and the cabinet members for that. I think it broadly, I think that it's the right strategy. I just want to pick up on one note, which is the agency working, which Chris mentioned. and just asked if there's any scope perhaps for introducing more flexibility around working patterns for staff, which might perhaps attract them in the first place or persuade them to stay when they might otherwise have moved on, because I'm aware myself that workplace flexibility is a key issue for people, particularly in COVID or post-COVID times, and whether or not there's something perhaps more that we could do in order to in order to attract staff and therefore reduce the rate of agencies, which therefore cost us more. Just a question. It's not a particularly major question, but it's something that Chris, perhaps Stephen, or might want to pick up on. Thank you very much.
Andrew, thank you for that. I'm going to take your second question, and I was going to look to Chris or Suzanne to comment on your first question. On your second question, yes, we recently introduced a loyalty payment to encourage staff to join and stay. And we have seen, it's early days yet, but an increase in applicants as a result of that. And we believe that that will help in that situation. It is probably the singularly biggest thing we need to achieve is stability in workforce. And let's be honest, a visit from Ofsted and a better outcome would help us in recruitment as well. So you're absolutely right, and we have taken action. We took that, I'm trying to think exactly when we took it, it was either November, December last year, in a very quick fashion when we began to see some of the rises in instability in the workforce. I think your first question was around specifics around the overspend and monitoring of that. I'm really looking at Chris or Suzanne if they wanted to add any comment to that.
So, Sue, if we start with the assumptions on budget build in terms of the numbers of children in care and average costs, which are the two key indicators that we use to help set the budgets. Can you recall what they were? Was it 840 children in care?
So what we've based the increase in the budget on is 338 external placements across the year. So the increase supports that at a unit cost of 109. Now the issue is that this year the unit cost is near 114, but we have had 2 or 3 really expensive placements which have pushed that up. So again, we're looking to bring those costs down in the forthcoming year. So that's the basis of the increase in the budget. And just to throw in that there is held centrally about 3 million to offset additional COVID costs that might come in next year. So there is a contingency that Steve has put aside to be able to pick up any volatility in that budget going forward.
Yeah, so and thank you, Sue. So those are the figures behind the statement, really, that we base that on the numbers of placements we think we will need and the average cost. Unfortunately, in recent years, certainly the 3 years I've been here and involved in this process, the average costs always turn out to be more than we've budgeted for because of the nature of the market. It's market driven. It's not a purchasers market. It's squarely with the provider. And we get held over a barrel, really badly on occasions in terms of costs, particularly if you're making last minute placements, which we're trying to minimise. Yeah, I think that, and assumptions like a proportion of our staff will be agency, which will increase costs. So there's those kinds of assumptions that underpin the budget setting process. And again, unfortunately, the context is very challenging. And just to give you an insight, I had 6 babies in hospital over Christmas with non-accidental injuries, which is unprecedented. I mean, 6. So we have to find placements for 6 babies, in such a short space of time and during a holiday period. Similarly, just before Christmas, we had 3 migration hotels announced in Gloucestershire, where the Home Office is going to be placing asylum-seeking families and refugees. Now, that will bring with it pressures not just for children's services, but the council generally. Because if you look at what's happened in other authorities, where the migration hotels have been set up, children and family, they're largely young men, to be perfectly honest, but quite a significant minority of them challenge their age assessments. So there's quite a lot of work for us in carrying out age assessments. And there's a small number of families that claim to be families that turn out not to be families at all. And so those children then are in need of protection. So in other authorities where they're a little bit ahead of us, there has been additional pressures brought on children's services by the placement of those hotels within our demise. So those are sorts of things, by example, that are very hard to predict. You could add in a contingency which is larger than 3 million, but it's where you draw the line, and it's very difficult at the moment to predict need and workflows because of the breakdown in family resilience. And I could name several cohorts of young people where there's been a sharp upturn in demand. Eating disorders among teenage girls, for example, is through the roof. That's another one. Those are all indicators of the breakdown of family resilience and the mental health of young people generally, which of course ultimately impacts on our services. And it's impacting at a time when it's hard to recruit, hard to retain, and the costs of staffing are going up as well as a consequence, because again, that's a supplier's market, not an employer's market.
Thank you, Chris. I just want to remind members we're supposed to finish at 12:45. I've got 4 indicating to speak, and I've got an emailed in question from Councillor Morris, which we'll deal with at the end of the session. Thanks for your patience. David, welcome.
Thanks, Phil. I'll be very quick in what I'm saying. Hope you can hear me. I've got 3 questions. I mean, firstly, I'm interested in what capacity and indeed resource we've got to help those schools and indeed those pupils who've lost a lot of time due to COVID. Secondly, I'm just interested in how far we've got with the family hubs. Have we yet identified them, and what sort of money we've got to spend, including running costs? And thirdly, given that the government has now eventually cottoned on to the fact that home education is growing like topsy, what additional resources can we bring to bear to do more inspections of children being educated at home?
Thank you. We've got 3 questions. Let's see if we can get you 3 answers, David.
I can say something about the first question there, Phil, in terms of what's being done in schools regarding COVID recovery, but I may need to refer to Chris or Kirsten for some of the details. But there are revenue grants. There certainly have been revenue grants available, which are not included in the base funding. So there was a grant last year of £57,000 for COVID-19 schools-led tutoring. There was COVID-19 recovery premium, 73,000, which will be, that was last year, it'll be 52,000 this year. The one I just referred to, actually, the tutoring, there's another £41,000 available this year. Last year, there was funding available for testing and for other schools considerations, though they're not there this year. So there's less COVID money available this year, but it raises a wider point, really, that the government, and I think it's worth recognising this, it has been a generous settlement that came in December and earlier with the indicative figures from government that has enabled us to do this. So that's on the COVID side of things, but I would refer to Chris or Kirsten for the other.
Okay, Kirsten, do you want to go first?
I mean, in terms of those COVID fundings, there has been supplementary funding set aside for COVID recovery for this year, both an increase in both the recovery premium and the pupil premium sum. And we support in terms of ensuring that schools have got COVID recovery plans in place, particularly around curriculum gaps and ensuring that there is effective assessment and identification of those gaps so that that money is deployed effectively. I mean, it would be appropriate to say that that funding goes direct into schools, and therefore schools are tailoring that to their own context and those youngsters. But our brief is to ensure that we are providing the advice and guidance about what the most effective uses are of that funding. There is, of course, the tutoring provision as well. So we, particularly obviously with maintained schools, we have our advisors who are able to directly support schools around those issues, but we have an overview and input in terms of academies as well to ensure that all of that funding is deployed effectively. And there is discussion with the education heads associations across the sector around the use of that money and support and guidance from the local authority. So there is funding available, and there is support and guidance being provided around the best deployment and impact around that. And I think one of the things that would indicate that across the last 12 months that has been working reasonably effectively is that we've seen an increase in the Ofsted inspections across the course of this autumn term through from September to December. I appreciate there's been a sort of slowing down in recognition of the Omicron virus in schools this January, but we have seen schools either retaining their current judgment, or the vast majority of schools either retaining their current judgment or moving from RI to good. And the focus of the current inspection framework is around curriculum, appropriate curriculum, that being not just what I would call the regular curriculum, but that adaptation of the curriculum to recognise the gaps in learning and the catch-up that is required. And those Ofsted inspections are demonstrating that schools are responding to that effectively and using that funding to achieve those ends.
Okay, so I think that deals with the catch-up question. Most of that funding, if not all of it, goes direct to schools, not to us. Our role is, as Kirsten says, is in advising schools how to use that appropriately to best effect. The question David asked about EHE and inspection is that although this area is under review, David, we have no rights of entry into homes where parents choose to home educate, and we do have in excess of about 1,400 children being home educated in the county, so it is a significant number. The other thing just to consider about the number of home educated children is that, of course, their AWPU, which is the amount of money they get per pupil when they attend school, is lost to the system. So we don't get it, and neither do the parents. So if you think about 1,400 children times, say, 5,000, you're talking about between £6 and £7 million lost to the school system because of parents choosing to home educate. Now, I'm not saying that home education is a bad thing per se. Some children thrive, but I do think that it's generally speaking a scenario which, if you wanted to exploit children, is one way of doing it. And so keeping eyes on those children is very difficult. And I do hope that government gives us, local authorities, more powers of scrutiny and intervention with those children that are being home educated. Because at the moment it's optional if they want us to visit.
I would add, though, is we've got the trends going in the right direction. We've got more children returning back into school from those high figures that we saw during the pandemic period.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's related to the fact that they peaked because of fears about COVID, and now those fears are subsiding a bit. But yeah, absolutely right. And the last element around family hubs is that that is progressing in terms of the planning of where they're likely to be and the function and age ranges. In governance terms, it's been overseen by Child Friendly Gloucestershire and supported by Child Friendly Gloucestershire. So it's a multi-agency development at the expense of getting into trouble with my bosses, Philip and Stephen. You know, is a very welcome investment. But I do wish, and I think everybody here, including my bosses, wish that we'd never ceased to use the Sure Start grant, because the loss of the Sure Start grant was a big loss to early intervention, and I think has affected the whole of that child's journey through universal through to more formal intervention. If you catch them early, then you can work with them. I think Family Hubs is a great thing, and it's helping us partially to replace the loss of children's centres, which can only be good.
Thank you. I'm just going to give members, we're supposed to finish this session at 12:45. I don't think we've got a chance of meeting that because I've got 4 people yet to ask questions. So you're going to be cutting into the lunch break, because what I can't do is hold up the session at 1:30 because of officers and members coming online for that one. So I know you've been patient, but can we make the questions quite brief and maybe the answers quickly brief as well? Next one I've got is Don Morris. Afternoon, Don.
Afternoon, Chair. Just very grateful to Stephen and Chris for coupling ends, ways and means. I think it's really helpful to talk about the end states we're trying to get to, the ways in which we're trying to improve it via placement ratios and reducing numbers of children in care, and then how that affects our bottom line or our financial line. That's the observation. My question, conscious of Mark Hawthorne's emphasis today on customer experience, I wondered whether the team had any thoughts on the extent of the systems and automation of onboarding and inquiries in terms of when new young people or vulnerable people come into the system, either via counsellors or other agencies, and the extent to which that process is systematised and automated so we can ensure we catch people. Just wondered what people's thoughts are on where we are with that system and whether we can make any improvements to improve the. I don't like the customer journey; it's a bit too business-like for the people we're talking about. But I hope you get the sense of where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Dom, thank you for that question, and it's a good question. One of our frustrations is I think we feel generically the systems could be better. I think we all experience that and know that it has had an impact on children's services. But it has also caused us to be nervous to make improvements and changes. And Chris and I have begun to look at, upgrading our current systems and how could we improve those. And part of that would then be to improve the whole journey. And I agree with you, the customer experience is not the right terminology. The concern I've had, and as I say, the frustration over the delay in Ofsted coming, is we are incredibly nervous to go around playing with anything as substantial as systems while we expect Ofsted to walk in the door any day. I have a list of those things I think we should revisit the moment we have been through Ofsted, and obviously their report will give us guidance on where to focus. But that's on my list. But I'm nervous to change anything so close to what we hope is going to be an Ofsted inspection.
Okay, Dom.
That's fab and a really useful answer and loud and clear. That makes perfect sense. Thanks ever so much.
Okay, I won't add then, Chair.
Thanks for that, and thanks for your patience. Been waiting a very long time. Linda Cohen.
There's been a lot of talk this morning about planning and being held over barrels and not doing anything until Ofsted comes. Just want to take you back to something that Chris said about foster placements and the fact that 132 IFA placements were from the county, which we didn't get ourselves, and the fact that people are open and willing to foster if they know about it. And obviously that would halve the cost of each placement. And that's about engaging, we've engaged a subject specialist, whatever that means. What are we actually doing, given that we could be doing something immediate and very cost effective in terms of branding and marketing to encourage more people to come into the fostering system, particularly when we know we've got good social worker support? What is actually happening there? That's something that is not impacted by anything else that's going on in the background, could be done now. But is there a plan in place? Engaging a subject specialist doesn't seem to me to be actually doing anything, but this is something fundamental that we could be doing to start making a change today.
Apologies if you've got the wrong impression. I don't think we feel we're held over a barrel, and I don't think we are waiting to do some things because of Ofsted. There are, I mean, obviously system changes, I think, is a reasonable one to take a hold on. But on the particularly on fostering, we did a review earlier in the year. Chris can give the details. Out of that, we have a specific action plan and he talked earlier about improve the marketing of our fostering services and drive that. We also made changes last year to accelerate the take on of foster parents who had previous child experience. So it's not that we're doing nothing and waiting. We have a documented plan, which I know that I review regularly with the fostering service and that Chris does as well. So I certainly wouldn't want you to go away with the impression we're not doing things in those areas. There's a fully visible documented plan that we're working through at the moment.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, as well, the comment about being held over a barrel was specific to providers in the placement market. And the example I could give you is if you go to a provider on a Friday afternoon.
That's the point I was making. That I understood the point you were making. You were held over a barrel in terms of the cost you were being charged. I understood that completely.
Yeah, okay. What I could send you, Linda, is our implementation plan. The subject specialist, as I call it, is a national lead who was provided by the local government association because she is a national leader in fostering, who did an overview or review of our fostering service and its effectiveness, which actually makes quite a good read. We're not starting from a really low base. It was quite a positive report. But what's fallen out of that now is an implementation plan to address the things that we could be doing better. And one of them is about marketing and branding and talking to local people. And I think, you know, one of the big things that I've been really passionate about since I've been here is that you have to be able to develop an engaging narrative about why it's good to become a foster parent. And you have to have different narratives because for some people, it's a profession. You know, let's be honest, they do it as a job and there's nothing wrong with that. But for others, it's about child rescue, you know, and doing the right thing by society, doing our bit, if you like. And there are lots of different narratives that you can develop and appeal to different cohorts of people. And that's what I don't think we've got right. What I think we've done in the past is we've done more of the same. So we're fishing for more people in the same pond instead of fishing in different ponds. So that's what we're trying to do in essence.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you content, Linda, with getting that?
Thank you for answering the question.
Yeah, it might be useful if perhaps that was sent to all of the members who sit on the Children and Families Scrutiny Committee. We'll pick that up. Okay, I say finally, I've got good afternoon, Jeremy. You are my final questioner.
Yeah, I just really want to question the fundamental structures we've got within in children's services, in that we seem to be purchasing services from private operators, which are as Chris Spencer mentioned, market driven, and they're pushing prices up. It's becoming more and more expensive to provide provision for children in our care, and that's risen to 830 according to the papers, and that's substantially up from previous years. And of course, we know that the children's services budget is budget busting every year. Every year, it's overspending. So I just wonder what we're really doing about providing in-house services. Quite clearly, if we've got control of in-house services and we're looking after children in-house, then we ought to be able to control the costs. In the reports, it does mention Trevone, which is an in-house service, though we've got a private company managing it, but it's controlled by the county council on what this costs. So it will be very useful to have some feedback of how that's performing and what the savings are on the budget, and particularly on the savings that are being provided, the care that's being provided. Yeah, the report mentions another 2 Trevones being built, but we're talking about 20 kids, aren't we, in each place at the most? And we've got 830 children in our care. So I just wonder what we're planning to do is invest in the future so that we can reduce the costs that we're being charged by outside providers whose sole interest or primary interest will be to make a profit for the companies that they're operating first and foremost. We're paying a premium. We're paying a premium for services being provided by private providers, and it's costing us a fortune.
Jeremy, you make an excellent point, and actually, in a perverse way, the market is working as you would expect. As the cost of external providers has gone up, it has driven us to create our own provision, and Trevone House is an example of that, as will be Trevone House 2 and 3. It's not fair to say that all of those 800 people we currently care for should be in a Trevone House. So that's not a sensible connection. But if you look at the costs, the extreme costs, there were 2, as I said before, highly troubled individuals that were costing us a significant amount of money. One of those is now within our care and control, and therefore we are seeing a reduction in costs. Costs don't go to zero. We still have to pay a lot of money for 24-hour care of that individual, but we've at least got it back under control. And that is exactly the plan. Linked to that is the other one that we've talked about a lot this morning, which is the improvement in the foster care provision, and particularly in-house foster care provision, because that also reduces the cost. And that actually applies to many more of those children that are in care than a Trevone House does. You asked the question, how is Trevone House doing? Its occupancy has increased to plan throughout the course of this year. And it's actually interesting seeing some interesting trials and tribulations which it has survived and prospered on. So I think it has been an unequivocal success at this point. And the final comment I would make, because we will use this model going forward, is you're absolutely right to say that taking it in-house does not mean we actually have to run Trevone House. We partner to do that, but you're right when you're saying we therefore have much greater control over what happens because we make those decisions. So that combination is working well. As you see us moving out into other services, they will be done in partnership, but you're right, the benefit we have is control both over what is done, but also over the costs.
Thank you, Stephen. We've passed the 12:45 time, but there was a question in the earlier session from Alistair Chambers, and he's emailed that in because he was unable to get back into this session, so he will get an email response. Can I thank the members that have participated with the questions in particular, obviously the Cabinet members and Chris and his team, for the explanations and the plans for the future. I'm going to close it down now until 1:30 when we start on environment scrutiny and economic growth and fire safety. So we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to make a start. We're at 1:30. Welcome to those that are joining us for this session. A little bit of experience from this morning's session. Can I reinforce, please, that if you're not speaking, that you stay on mute. And those obviously that are coming in across the internet, we did have some buffering problems this morning. If we're not picking you up this end, then I'd ask you to go purely to audio and maybe take your cameras down, which sometimes helps. From a member point of view, this is very much your session. What I would ask is, because we've only got, an hour and a half to get through, and this is by far the busiest session of the day, if we can try to keep our questions as succinct as possible. Everybody likes a bit of preamble before asking a question, but in fairness to all members, I want to keep it flowing if possible. It's a big session, so welcome to, I think they're all online, Cabinet members Vernon Smith, David Gray, Dave Norman and Phil Robinson, and officers obviously Colin Chick and Mark Priest, covering the amount of directorates here. My order of batting is very much Vernon Smith, David Gray, Dave Norman and Phil Robinson in that order. Bear in mind that we need to get through all four of those. So I'll start with probably David Gray, as he's the cabinet member for environment, and then his supporter and his cabinet member. So welcome, David, if you want to kick off.
We had a brief pre-meeting to discuss how we'd do it, and I think the plan is that Colin will actually make opening remarks because of the nature of the portfolio that Colin holds and all the cabinet members involved. It's probably simpler if Colin gives a sort of overview, and then we go to, okay, can we have questions on the individual by cabinet member? That's probably going to get us the maximum amount of time with the cabinet members in their respective portfolios. So if Colin's there, I suggest that he actually starts the session with an overview of what the budget looks like, looking at the across the piece.
I'm content with that. It was just that I wasn't part of that pre-meeting, so I didn't know which batting order. I made the same mistake this morning by going straight to the officer, so and not the cabinet member. So if that's the way we're going to go, by all means,
won't work. But let this, because of the multiplicity of cabinet members involved, I think it's probably easier if Colin starts, and then we can drill down into the cabinet members' responsibilities when it comes to the questioning.
Thanks, David. I'm content with that, but bearing in mind that we have only got 90 minutes for what is quite a wide-ranging set of portfolios. So welcome, Colin. Happy New Year. Good afternoon.
Happy and healthy New Year to you and all the committee as well. We thought we'd do it this way as well, Phil, because so much of the services are integrated. It's actually much better to present it as a block first of all, and then go from there. So what I'm going to do is just explain what we've done over the last year, where the focus has been, and how that ties up with the new budget, really. Despite the additional pressures caused through COVID, the department have responded incredibly well on so many fronts over the last year. E&I has continued to proceed on many different fronts on its frontline services through the pandemic, on delivering services that affect literally everyone, whether they live, work, visit, or even pass through the county every day. From Christmas Eve last year till February, our frontline services were on emergency call-out continuously for nearly 8 weeks. That was to deal with the flooding that started on Christmas Eve, followed by the ice and the freezing, followed by the snow, and then the whole lot was repeated again from the middle of January to the end of February. Not only that had a real impact on the roads, and we then fixed 16,000 potholes in the first 4 months of last year, and 40,000 potholes over the year as a whole. Between April and December, that's just in 8 months last year, we received 33,000 public inquiries related to highways, 34,000 safety defects were rectified, and 64,000 gullies were emptied. and removed about 7,000 ash trees. So it gives you some idea of just a range of those frontline highway services. Over the last 4 years, we've resurfaced 562 miles of road across 700 different locations. We work with bus companies and transport companies to ensure vital services continue to run during periods of lockdown and afterwards as well, and particularly in respect to working with transport operators to ensure that some 6,000 special education needs children could get to school every day in safety. Between April and December, incredibly, we registered over 5,000 births while stretched because of COVID, and nearly 7,000 deaths were registered at the same time, and a record 4,000 weddings and civil partnerships were undertaken. The library service throughout last year and during the pandemic continue to ensure that those people who are most vulnerable in society and most isolated could still receive books by setting up a click and collect delivery service to people's homes. A number of successful flood alleviation projects were also implemented last year, and the local transport plan was adopted. But it wasn't just about delivering our everyday frontline services. The department took a leading role and spearheaded, and the department we were particularly interested in, but took a leading and spearheading role in the county's proposals for economic recovery. In response to COVID, we developed the C19 economic recovery strategy, what is currently currently being implemented in phases over the next 3 years. This has already resulted in the setting up of the Employment and Skills Hub, a one-stop shop, both virtual and actual, to help support people back into jobs and improve their skill base at every level within society. That's people who are disabled, disadvantaged, people in mid-careers. It's there to support everyone. And to give you an example, over 60,000 disabled people have gained employment through that unit already. The rollout of the innovation labs has also been key as part of that economic recovery, and every district in the county by the end of this financial year will have an innovation lab in one of its libraries, which will enable full access for SMEs, for people who need to learn skills, and even right down to 5-year-olds. We teach them in those libraries how to do early stage sequencing and programming. So it's there for everyone's use and to help that skill base in the future. Economic recovery is also about planning for the future, and our successes here include lobbying and securing as well as some lowering and securing funding for major schemes. We've already submitted the DCO for the A417 missing link. We secured £250 million to deliver Junction 10, which is currently going through statutory consultation, and a market invitation has already gone out to tender. The Junction 10 improvement scheme is not just about highways, though. It's about delivering economic growth in the area. The A40 and with the A40, the Wictis, what's known as the Wictis scheme, which is currently nearing completion, and the Isle Court construction, it enables the delivery of 8,000 houses in the West Cheltenham Garden Village, and creates several thousand jobs at the new cyber park. In much the same way, we'll continue to develop and work to secure the funding for a new Junction 9 on the M5, having submitted the strategic outline business case to DFT, which will allow for the construction of the new Tewkesbury Garden Town, providing a much needed 15,000 new houses in the area. Our focus has not just been about recovery, but sustainable economic recovery and addressing climate change. This is probably best demonstrated by our Step Fusion project, where we're now down to the last 5 sites in the country to deliver what will be the first fusion reactor in the world to deliver carbon-free electricity, which in itself not only is clean and green, but also will deliver thousands of jobs in the process and create a science park as part of that project. This drive for sustainable economic recovery can be seen in the current construction of the B4603 cycle scheme between Gloucester and Cheltenham, linking health, education and employment opportunities, including new cyber park, and will, in the next few years, form part of the 26-mile high-quality cycle spine through the county. Work has also now started on developing the Gloucester to Cheltenham mass rapid transit system, providing a high quality public transport alternative to the car in one of the most highly congested corridors. We're just about to let a contract to install 1,000 EV charging points in the county. Furthermore, the contract has been written to secure over £1 million worth of social value benefits to local people, which was another identified target in our CV19 economic recovery plan to drive forward social value. However, our work in E&I in addressing climate change goes far further than initiating the impact, than addressing the impacts of transport alone. We have secured £1 million, 60% grant funded, and will plant 60,000 trees this year. Recruited 3 new staff and a tree officer to deliver our rolling climate change action plan. We've removed 7,000 ash trees and replaced those with 30,000 new trees at a rate of 4 to 1. We have reduced the council's gross carbon emissions by 77%, and we're now well on target to achieve the 80% by 2030. We enable people to travel 287,000 miles this year on e-scooters in the first 12 months. We've secured £1.3 million for demand responsive bus services to be installed in Forest of Dean and Cotswolds. We've diverted 97% of the 130,000 tonnes of household waste over the last year away from landfill, but not just that, that has generated enough electricity to power 25,000 homes. We've procured a food waste treatment contract using 24,000 tonnes of food waste to produce sufficient gas to power 5,000 homes. We've also processed, or in the process of proceeding, procure a new contract to recycle 28 different streams of waste as well. You'll see that the proposed growth areas in the budget for E&I are focused at keeping these important economic and climate change initiatives going into the future, with £1 million now embedded in the base budget each year going forward to address climate change. A one-off sum is also included in the budget of £1.5 million to enable the further development of the Junction 9 for the reasons I've said, the importance in delivering Tewkesbury Garden Town. £100,000 in the budget is to move forward that mass rapid transit system that is going to be so important for making that sustainable link between Gloucester and Cheltenham in the future. And in addition to that, around £1 million has been now included in the base budget for local highway schemes in response to members' concerns that they can deliver with that for themselves within their own local areas. Around a further £1 million has also been invested in highways and resources around highways to address environmental maintenance, and 500k for additional gully and drainage maintenance. So you can see how that completely aligns with all those issues that have been at the top of my post bag coming in from members, and I know members have asked those questions. And I know these areas are of very high concern, and it's reflected, in fact, in the 70% of all members' questions that come to Council and Cabinet being focused at E&I in these specific areas that I've addressed here, and which the budget seeks to actually try and help and assist in moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I've had a couple of members indicate already. I'm going to go to them first because it's very much the members' day before I go to, because it might even relate with the questions to Cabinet members anyway. So I've got Jeremy followed by Chloe.
Thanks, Phil. I'm going to page 22 or page 14. It's got 2 numbers on the bottom to do with the £100 million in investment in our highways. Of course, that's a cut of 16.6% on the previous programme. We were funding at £30 million a year. It's now £25 million a year. I notice on the next page it says there's a programme of footway and cycleway maintenance. I just wonder what the budget for that footway and cycleway maintenance is, and can it be identified clearly? And when are we going to see it as members? Because I know there's lots of footways in my part of Gloucester that need a resurfacing. It's an old part of the city, and in places like Kingsholm, there's a need to resurface. So there's one exact on that. I'm pleased to see that the Highways Local is going to be at £30,000 a year. Can we confirm that? And that's going to be £30,000 a year for the rest of this council. So we don't have to play this game every year of pushing it up from 5,000 to whatever. And also, can you confirm that the missing link, the southwest bypass through Gloucester, is on schedule to be done? We've got full funding, and all the sort of technical problems have been resolved, such as the purchasing of the land, etc. And it can go ahead. And when do you think it will be completed? And when do you think the first traffic will be driving through it? I know there's new cycle lanes around there. There's also should be improvements to crossing the road. I mean, there's new Gloucester City Football Club has just opened their new stadium, and I found it difficult trying to walk across that part the other day to go and watch a match, and I'm hoping that the new layout will make it a lot safer for pedestrians as well. That's all I've got to say on this one.
Thank you. There's a few questions in there. I'll go to Colin, and then perhaps cabinet members might want to get in as well.
Well, I mean, I'll start off. Absolutely, the Gloucester South Western bypass will be on site in the next few days, starting holding and then demolition. The demolition will be complete, and then as soon as the demolition is complete, we're rolling straight into the construction. So it will be, I would guess, probably something like about a 10-month build program. So I would guess around about by the end of the next financial year, it should be finished or very close to. And what I would say there is that the funding for that scheme was successfully secured through a bid into the levelling up, where in fact we received £13 million, which was £10 million for the scheme broadly, and £3 million to put additional and improved cycle facilities through Gloucester in parallel with that. The issues on the footways, it may be better for us to come back and give you a written answer to that, but unless Vernon has that information immediately to hand.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. Yeah, on footways, obviously at the moment we're prioritising the footway and highways, and what I would urge all members is to speak to your local highways manager to assist with you identifying your local issues, because that's the way forward as we're putting our package together.
Can I come back on that, Chair? It says a programme of footway and cycleway maintenance. Therefore, I'm expecting that to be led by officers primarily with input from members. So I'd like to see what the officers are saying first of all, and then members can follow on in. But I also wonder where that money is coming from and what the money is from. Will it be part of the £100 million identified for roads, or is it additional funding? We need to know exactly what this funding stream is going to be, so that at least members can then work out what they can bid for and what might be successful and what might not be successful. No good bidding for a load of projects which are quite clearly never going to be funded. And it's a very vague statement in the report, and I can't find the funding anywhere.
Right, yeah, okay. First of all, your 100 million maintenance is earmarked from specifics for footways and not part of the 100 million. So we need to understand that, because 100 million is a capital investment within the budget. What you're talking about, where you're crossing over, which is where I'd say you need to talk to your local highways managers, is because that is where we specifically will identify through revenue systems of the footway schemes to be delivered. And the other question you asked about 30,000 highways local, yes, 30,000 highways local will be over the 4-year period. By trebling it up, I think this is where we can really, as local members, really work with your local highways manager to deliver what you want locally in your area in maintenance. And I think that is welcome. But to give you the answer to that question, it is over the 4-year period. As you've talked about the 100 million and you referred to as a cut. No, it's not a cut. It's additional funding into the system. In this investment, he's helping with, you did mention, Jeremy, structural maintenance. Let me just look that one up. Structural maintenance. That is going to be 40 million in the capital program, which is 10 million in each year. So actually, it's actually increasing. So we're moving forward again. So effectively, what you need to understand is there is no actual cut. It's actual improvement. We've gone from the previous 4 years of 150 million investment to an additional 150. So actually, we need to be talking about 250 million investment over an 8-year period.
Vernon.
Chair, could I possibly clarify this before it gets out of hand? I think some misunderstanding here. What then I think what's being reflected on is the old 150 million pounds. The old 150 million pounds included new schemes and other stuff like that. That's why it was up at that level, because it included absolutely everything at that time. What this time is just about resurfacing. So the new programme is 100 million pounds, which is basically structural maintenance. Is going to go, and that does not include. I mean, we add the new. It'd been ridiculous if we'd added the new schemes in like had been done previously. We'd put in £250 million for Junction 10, and the figures would be going through the roof. So all the new schemes have been stripped out this time. Bear in mind, this is where we were. 4 years ago, there wasn't that much money in the county to put even new schemes in. We're struggling for £1 or £2, £3 million worth of schemes. Now we've been far more ambitious. We've gone out, we've won the funding, we're delivering those major schemes. And what we've done now is strip that out. That's completely separate. And now we're saying there's 100 million there now for resurfacing work of that type. And the two are separate. And so, sorry, Ben, I didn't want to cut across, but I just thought it's worth making that clear.
Yeah, thanks for that, Colin. Yeah, so and thank you very much. Yeah, what I'm trying to emphasise is there's an additional investment. That is what this budget is all about.
Chair, just to come in on this one, I think it's worth bearing in mind that capital is different to revenue. Capital is always new money. It's always new, so there's no such thing as an existing base on capital that gets rolled forward every year. Capital is always new money. And if you want to know the detail, look at the appendices. There are lots of schemes and lots of lists in the appendices of the capital report, and it's all listed out there exactly what the money is set aside for. And to take the point that was made earlier, in some ways that's at a high level at this stage of the budget setting process. So we do the high level schemes, and then each individual area will be worked through on the priority setting process that's already in place. So you can see all those schemes in the detail that's already there.
Thanks for clarity, Steve. I've already gotten quite a list of questions or questionnaires. By all means, Jeremy, I'll come back to you, but I wanted to take Chloe, then I've got Paul Barker and Colin.
Thank you very much. I've got loads of questions because I did look at the appendices, but I think I'll probably email them if that's okay. But I'll just start with a couple if I may. So the 26-mile cycle lane or cycle route across the county, on page 12 of the strategy, it talks about that being complete by 2026. So that I understand to be going down all the way to Stroud. But when I look at the figures, I can't see any funding in the 4 years leading up to that in relation to the Stroud section. So when is that funding going to come in? And when is that work going to happen? Anyone?
Try and get an answer, Chloe.
I mean, that would be that each capital bid year is done on a year-by-year basis, and depend on how much capital, how much reserve, or how much funding there is available within the council. I mean, what we've done is, and also don't forget successful bids, because we've got bids into the government on a whole lot of active travel and cycle schemes as well, which together with the council funding will give us the ability to immediately, with the funding we've got now with levelling up, I think the cycle route will be in place within 18 months from Sewell Junction right the way through to the other side of Cheltenham, if not up to Bishop's Cleeve, or probably within 2 years to Bishop's Cleeve. So that gives you some idea. The other section at Stroud, part of that is being built, part of that's along the canal, and that will be obviously subject to other bids as we move forward.
And then on the pothole action fund, which seems to be huge this year, the amount of grant coming in 9.9 million versus 1.4 million for last year. I can't see that sort of coming through in terms of increased work on potholes. It's not very clear from the capital expenditure. Is it a ring fence grant? How does that feed into the actual work on the ground on resurfacing and potholes? The only thing I could find was a piece of revenue expenditure of 890,000, suggesting that there was going to be better work on potholes. But so yeah, I wonder if you could explain that.
Yeah, if you look at Appendix 8A, Chloe, you've got a breakdown of where that budget funding is spent. For example, you've got your pothole fund, which is 890,000, which is helping for additional crews come in onto the system. We've also got 800,000, which is community maintenance gangs, but also work that we can do, which is the pothole program. You've also got area fixing 400,000, which effectively is where we all talk about why do we fix one pothole, but we don't do everyone in each area. So you've got that there listed as well.
But that doesn't add up to 9.9 million.
Right, okay. It's very difficult without me. You're looking at Appendix 8A? Yeah,
I've got that in front of me. And so the amount of the pothole action fund for this fund is 9.9 million. So how is that being spent in the capital programme?
Yeah, well, you have to remember some of the potholes are revenue and some are capital tied up within structural maintenance. And you've got your routine maintenance. So again, we've identified with flooding issues with gully drainage systems. So there's additional 500,000 to hit hotspots on those as well. So it is broken down. So you've got area fixing, you've got your pothole fund, as it's called, where that is to encourage more crews, because on average, a crew would do between 5 and 10 a day. So if you take that into a year's account, you could be looking at around 6 to 10,000 pothole defects extra we can deliver within a year. And that is simplifying, breaking it down into crews, which I'm trying to simplify it to make it understandable for you here. That's
well, I'm a chartered accountant, so I understand it. But you've been given a grant of 9.9 million. How is that being spent? And I would expect there to be a kind of breakdown of this is the amount coming in, this is what we spent under that grant during the year, and this is what was, underspent or whatever. But I can't see any figures that add up to 9.9 million or more. So, but sorry, ask the question in writing.
Yeah, okay. Colin, do you want to answer that from an accountancy point of view? Because
just let Kay answer it, please, Vernon.
Yeah, go for it, Steve.
Just to let you know, Chloe, that even though we got the grant of 9 million, it hasn't yet been allocated to individual schemes at this point in time.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And that's the reason why you won't see it as a line item within the capital Annex A. Over on the right-hand side, you can see what's funded by grants, but at this point in time, it's too early to have, I guess, risk assess the carriageway to decide where it's needed to be spent first. Therefore, after we've allocated it as part of the capital programme, then you'll see it in the expenditure, but it's not actually marked down here, 9 million potholes.
Okay, fine, thank you. And so at what stage will that happen? When will we be able to see how that amount is being spent?
I guess throughout the year, as they decide how it's spent, we'll then finance it from the grants at the end of the financial year. But it won't just be spent, as Vernon said, it might be the defects of preventative work, which might be down to gully emptying. There's all sorts of different things. There's lots of things to prevent a pothole from being started. So okay. As we go throughout the year, we'll get the expenditure come through, then you should be able to see the expenditure.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's why I'm emphasising, Chloe, that we have that good relationship with your local highways manager, so that you, as local members, identify what you see on the ground locally that you want delivered, where your local highways manager, then we can build a programme of works through routine maintenance, through revenue, through capital, through the structural maintenance, all the issues we can identify to build a programme of works together throughout the year, because obviously it's a flexible system to help you understand, trying to explain it simpler rather than just accountability. But yeah, I hear what you say.
I was just interested because it looks like 6 or 7 times what we've had in previous years that we were being given as a grant. So I was just interested to see how we were going to spend it. But
yeah, well, I'm really positive about this budget. I've been at county council for 14 years, and I've never seen such a positive investment ever in highways. It really is pushing out there, not just in highways, I think right across the board. But I think we need to remember that all these highways issues as well that we've identified are very much looking at greener Gloucestershire. If we look at the biodiversity of the verges programme that's on there as well, that is how we're helping to relay and help the green environment. For example, cutting back of the verges, which is another extra funding that's in that list. Why we're doing that? Yes, safety is paramount on the network, and we need to make sure that the network is safe, but also we're cutting back so trees, non-shrubs that we don't want to grow are able, so the biodiversity of the verges is actually enhanced. So we're very much, and I'm very proud of how we're coinciding with the green agenda while delivering maintenance issues. For example, again, you've got centre reservations where we're removing weeds originally for safety issues, but also we're able then to carry out biodiversity verge maintenance for the future growing of wilder, more natural plants, more environmentally friendly. So I think though that it is really fantastic budget moving forward that we can really deliver on the ground for all our residents.
Yeah, I just want to remind members we're already a third of our time in, and we haven't got anywhere near fire yet. So I've got quite a list of questionnaires. So I'm go by all means you can indicate and come back further in. But I've got Paul Baker next.
Thank you. And as Verna said, there's lots of really good stuff in this budget. I've just got a few questions. Just following on what we're saying, that we've got a 9 month, we don't know how we're going to spend it.
Well, you have to.
Let me just finish my questions, Verna, if I can.
Okay.
Investing £40 million in increasing bus trips by 10%. It's a lot of money. How is that acceptable value for money? What numbers are we currently taking on the bus? How many cars would this take off the road? How is this money going to be spent? Where it's coming from? £40 million. The 100 million, I get why there's confusion, because we talked previously about 150 million pounds for 5 years and not.
Can you take your camera down, Councillor Baker? Because we lost you sound-wise. If you can continue, perhaps just on audio. Okay, we seem to have lost the link. Quite happy to go back. I'll take Colin Hay next, and then we'll see if Paul gets back online. Colin. No, I thought things went too well this morning. We don't seem to be getting Colin either.
Yeah, I did have my hand up. I had to come out and come back in again.
Yeah, by all means, Colin. We've got you now. I can see you and hear you, so push on.
Okay, there's a couple of questions really, and one is about the the cycle route, particularly the Bishop's Cleeve Cheltenham one. I just want to confirm that it will be done within 2 years, which I think Colin Chick mentioned. It also, the phrase is used that the 26-mile cycling spine is helping people to get about sustainably in residential areas. But as far as I can see, none of it is in residential areas. So what's the connectivity with the residential areas? And is that going to be improved to allow the spine to be used properly? Just another thing on transport, putting a lot of emphasis on buses, and we're losing bus drivers hand over fist, not helped by the government actually writing to individual bus drivers, asking them to become HGV drivers, which isn't very helpful and is of course causing a problem for companies like Stagecoach, etc. So if we don't have people to drive buses, we need a mass transport system. And actually, what concrete plans have we got? We've got a route, an estimated cost, we've got anything in there. And it, you know, I go back to the kind of thing I raised right at the beginning is having smart targets that we can see what we might achieve in a year and what we might achieve year on year over the 4 years of the corporate plan. And there's lots of aspirations, and I was told earlier that all that comes later. And you know, I can't remember the figures, it was 30,000 trees have been planted. So actually we'd like to know what the year-on-year numbers of number of trees that will be planted over the course of this corporate plan. Because there was a lot of publicity about, well, 30 odd million at one time, trees being planted. And actually it's far less than that. So I want to know that. And also it's not just trees. Carbon sequestration through regenerative farming is more effective and quicker. And that's not mentioned. I think it's sort of alluded to at some part, and I wouldn't be able to pick the page. So it's a few questions, and I'm sorry I disappeared for a minute. It's just everything froze for me. Thanks.
Can I pick up a few of those, maybe, if I may?
Yeah, by all means.
On the cycle, the exciting element of the cycle scheme, you're absolutely right that it doesn't go, the 26 miles is not intended and doesn't go into every cul-de-sac. Obviously, it can never do that. The idea is that what we are putting in place, and people call it a spine, I prefer to call it a network. So we're putting in place the fundamental building block, which is a cycle network, a Gloucestershire-wide web, if you like, that will provide the infrastructure into which other cycle schemes can feed. So the idea, the intention there is it facilitates the use of cycling by providing if you like, that spine from which other tributaries can be built out over the course of time. So this building that spine is key to facilitating that wider use of cycles, because I don't think there's any. It's admirable when we do small schemes in individual locations, but we need this connectivity if it's really going to have an impact on people's decisions about how they approach active travel. And that's the mass rapid transit scheme as well. The money that we're putting into that is just that, to develop the kind of thinking that you referred to in terms of coming forward with a joined up scheme. And I think this is true of a lot of the issues across the budget, is there's much more joined up thinking. So if you think about, and I know that people don't think about roads as necessarily green infrastructure, but if you think about Junction 9, Junction 10, the cycle schemes, the Southwest Bypass in Gloucester and the cycle elements of that, these are all building blocks to create a city region that is better connected, and where we can start to think about a effective mass rapid transit system that joins up, and where where housing development is focused on a spine where mass rapid transit is going to be economically viable and deliverable, and we can upgrade railway services, etc., etc. So it's all part of a joined up thinking within including the Western Gateway, thinking about how we integrate things in a way that creates more sustainable communities, such as hopefully the Tewkesbury New Garden Town, where we can adopt much greener building standards and build a community that is sustainable from the off, rather than having to retrofit green technologies into existing communities. And the same with the Junction 10, the new housing and building and the cyber park. These are all going to be, if you like, leading the way in terms of that a more sustainable agenda. On the trees, the number is 60,000 in the year finishing, and we hope to more than double that next year, working with our partners. And it is about, going back to you mentioned the dreaded 13 million trees number. It is about working with our partners, whether that's the local nature partnership, whether that's the Forestry Commission, whether that's district councils, whether that's the Woodland Trust, leveraging our £1 million worth of investment in green and trying to build out a much bigger impact than we can possibly achieve on our own, which has always been, we recognise us cutting our carbon emissions by 77% is nice, but it's not going to transform the county, let alone the world, in terms of CO2 emissions. So it's more important that we're leading the way, cooperating, cajoling and encouraging. And that's where, this budget, baking in that £1 million, gives us the staffing, not least, that allows us to have that facilitation role, communicate how our residents can convert to a more sustainable lifestyle. So I think I picked up on a few of the items. I don't think I picked up on the bus one. I will leave to more bus-friendly individuals to answer that particular aspect of the questions, Colin.
Well, I'd like to come in.
Sorry. Who's that?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me, Phil? Yeah, it's Phil Robinson, Phil. I'd like to come in on the question that Colin raised about the shortage of bus drivers. I think it is important to realise the reasons for that problem. It's not a problem unique to Gloucestershire. I mean, during the pandemic, bus companies didn't know which way their businesses were going to go. The reduced service levels were definitely there compared to pre-pandemic levels. And when the economy started to pick up and recover, because there were so many different jobs out there for drivers, it became an even more competitive market. And driving is already a highly competitive market. We saw EU nationals leaving home during the pandemic, and we actually had bus drivers who were coming up for retirement, who were choosing to retire early because of the pandemic. And it's definitely the case that Stagecoach in particular have experienced a severe driver shortage since the end of the summer. But it had started to improve. During December, we'd seen considerable improvement, and there'd been a recruitment of 80 additional drivers. And actually, as late as mid-December, Stagecoach were currently delivering 95% of all registered journeys. And they did expect it to settle down even further over the next few weeks, though that may have been complicated by developments regarding COVID in recent weeks. So I think it's worth taking into account that all that is happening. And actually, bus patronage in the county is around 20 million trips a year, and it actually fell in Gloucestershire by 30% under COVID. And going back to the 10% figure that Colin mentioned, the 10% increase in bus journeys that we're aiming for, well, 5 5% of all the journeys made in Gloucestershire are made by bus. If we have a 10% increase, we're going to go to 5.5% of all the journeys made in Gloucestershire on that basis. So it's definitely achievable. We are working towards it, and that's what the bus service improvement plan and the enhanced partnership agreement is all about. It's what the government's Bus Back Better scheme is all about. And we're hoping to be able to bid for that money once that process starts properly at the end of March, when the enhanced partnership agreement is submitted. I think we're going to see a considerable improvement in the situation with buses in Gloucestershire because of the Bus Back Better programme. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that individual bus drivers, not companies, individual bus drivers were written to by the government trying to persuade them to switch to driving HGVs because of that problem. And that can't have been helpful to bus companies. And you've not answered that.
Colin, to be fair, a bus driver license is a PSV. So you can't switch to being a HGV driver just like that. You would have to take a test.
Indeed, you do. And what the letter said was about converting PSV to HGV.
But in the same amount, you would get a lot of people trying to move from HGV to PSV. So I'm not quite sure where your argument is there. I would agree with Philip more on drivers with HGVs. Is where I think our contractors doing well in highways is where we're working with Gloucester College to pick up new possible apprenticeships and offering HGV training as well as part of that package to come into the sector, because as Philip has said, it's not just a national, it's international issue due to the COVID pandemic that we've got such a shortage of drivers. I think I saw somewhere that it's 400,000 shortage in Germany. So it's right across Europe. It's not just Britain. We've got it everywhere. So, but what I'm trying to say is where Philip is talking about that increase, I think is excellent. But also, what I think we're trying to do in highways is offering that package to new people to come with us, and we will train as well as part of the apprenticeship. And that's working with Gloucester College, and I think locally that's a good way forward, because that's what we need to be doing.
Chair,
and if I could just say something on that, Colin.
Chair, could I just come in? I think it's really interesting, but I think we strayed a long way from the budget.
Well, that's what I'd like to say, Colin, because what Colin is describing is actually out of our control. That letter from the DFT is to bus drivers. It's not got anything to do with our budget. It's something completely out of our control.
That was the point I was going to make in trying to bring things along a little bit, because I'm aware that Paul Baker's got back online, and he obviously has been very, very patient waiting. Then I've got Councillor Wyborn behind him, and we are sort of getting well into the session, and I don't want to lock other people out. There could be many other questions yet. So by all means, Colin, if there's time at the end, I'll come back to you. But I'm going to go back to Paul Baker.
Chair, could I just I've got the response now to Chloe to her earlier question. I could just do it very quickly.
Yep.
The 9 million is actually part of the £19 million grant that we get every year from DFT for supporting all highways works. So it covers lots and lots of things. I mean, we have to take money out for sustainable transport, for active travel. So it gets carved up to lots of different areas. So what you're seeing there is just one part of that overall grant of around £19 million we get every year.
Okay, because it's described as a pothole action fund, which does sort of imply.
Yeah, the DFT, they give us this block of money, and they give us an extra bit of money, which is called pothole. But in actual fact, they look at, although it's called pothole, it's really weird because it actually comes as capital, and the one thing you can't use capital for is pothole. So it's even illogically named, if you know what I mean, because potholes are revenue based. You don't end up with any asset afterwards. So to call it to call it a pothole fund, I've always thought absolutely ridiculous. If DFT do it, they call it a pothole fund, yet in actual fact, it's substantially for structural maintenance and other things as well. So it's a confusion caused by DFT, to be perfectly honest, but it actually comes as capital. It can't be used for potholes. That's the irony.
Thanks, Colin. Now then, I'm hoping Paul is still there.
I am. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, Paul.
You can hear me now. Okay. Our ambition: deliver safer roads, healthier streets, lower speed limits, more crossing points. I don't see how that's being paid for. What new funding there is for more crossing points? So I'd appreciate an answer on that, because road safety and reducing traffic speeds and then improving air pollution has got to be key. So where's that money and how's it going to be spent? On the Bishop's Cleeve to Cheltenham cycle path, I think it was 10.5 million, 5.9 is allocated. Where did that come from? Where's the shortfall coming from? Incoming 3%, income targets, income increase 3%. What are we increasing to generate that money? Mass rapid transport, will we be able to see what that relates to? Are we just talking Cheltenham Gloucester, or are we talking about a wider county project here? What is that? Will we be seeing what the £1 million climate emergency fund is going to be allocated for? Couldn't see that anywhere. How's that going to be spent? Will the money for parking traffic regulation order increase of 60k? Will that make it easier for councillors to have traffic regulation orders processed? And is there any additional money in the budget to fund traffic regulation orders? I've got other questions, but I'll leave that for now. Thank you.
Quite a few in there. I'm looking to Colin, unless he wants to defer over to any of the cabinet members.
Chair, I think, can I just make a suggestion there? I think TROs and road safety probably best dealt with by Dave Norman, and I'm sure he'll refer to those not in the budget. There's obviously the new monies that we just got for the 20 mile per hour scheme, 20 mile per hour neighbourhood renewal, neighbourhood speed reduction, which I'm sure Dave will refer to. And then I think probably David Gray then will deal with the mass rapid transit and where it goes to. If there's anything else at the end, I'll sweep up.
To come in now, Chair. Dave Norman here.
Yeah, I was concerned because we hadn't had a single reference to fire.
Phil, this isn't reference to fire. Unfortunately, I sit across a number of portfolios, and the question that was just raised by the councillor, which Colin referred to in respect of TROs and also road safety, those are within my remit. So I'm happy to come back and make some comment on that for the councillor, if you're happy for me so to do.
Absolutely. Carry on, Dave.
Right, thank you very much. Well, road safety is a big issue, which we understand. It's a statutory responsibility of the authority, and I hope all members are aware that I am starting a road safety forum. It's going to be jointly chaired between the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner and myself. We have our first meeting next week to actually set out the terms of reference and then begin the process of gathering the evidence that we need to refresh our road safety policy. There's a whole range of issues in respect of road safety. Road safety is around education, it's around engineering, and it's around enforcement. So it cannot work without the constabulary being completely signed up and joined up with us in the work that we want to do within that work moving forward. £300,000 has been earmarked in the budget, and that's in respect of the possibility of introducing in certain parts of the county where they are appropriate and where they get the backing of the constabulary, and that's to develop some 20 mile an hour areas, which could be called 20 mile an hour zones. So that money is in there for a start. There is no money in that budget because why should there be? Because we will only be delivering the outcomes of the refresh policy during the coming financial year. And therefore, I will be going back to the medium-term financial strategy when it's appropriate, middle to second part of 2022 for the following year's budget to actually get something in there to reflect the work that we're doing around road safety. Moving to traffic regulation orders, there is money in the budget to get an extra member of staff into that team. We've suffered historically because it was done outside of the authority, that there have been a number of issues with those staff that were brought back into the authority. I can't go into details. I will not name names. I will not go into any detail on the process, but we're having to make change. When that change is in place, when we have an extra member of staff, I am confident that all members will see an improvement in the TRO process moving forward.
Thanks, David. Anyone else wishing or able to reply to some of Paul's further questions?
Yeah, can I come in on some of them? I think they're very good questions, but I think they I'm beginning to sound like that guy off the Far Show. Some of the they highlight in trying to pull out where is this and where is this. Sometimes we end up highlighting the fact that actually a lot of the actions that we're taking are across many budget areas. So taking environment, for an example, and taking cycleways, and where's the money for cyclists? A lot of it's actually buried in things like capital schemes, where we're putting in enhanced access for cyclists. The Junction 10 scheme, which is being developed with Housing England, has a segregated cycle scheme that will enhance people's ability to cycle safely. In terms of the million, that's being spent across a whole range of areas. Trees being the most famous, the chargers being another key area. It was all set out in the Cabinet last month in the Cabinet report with the 5-year action plan, where we publish annually an update, and not only an update on what happened, but also roll forward that 5-year action plan to for another year. So we've always got 5 years looking ahead in terms of the actions that we plan to take. So there's a great deal of detail in that report, if you'd like to refer to that. And the environment, again, it's for example, trees, although there is the key element of the budget within that million, trees spending and climate change initiatives, because they're embedded in every decision that the council takes, they're spread across the budget. So if you like, as in leading that environment, climate change, addressing climate change, I'm stealing other people's budgets, because whether it's road safety, the ash dieback replacement, or whether it's any other aspect, including Vernon's clearing out the drains and things, which is, let's face it, a response to climate change, because we have higher rainfall as a result of climate change. We need to have better maintenance of our gullies. So there's an extra £500,000 going into the recurring budget for addressing keeping our gullies clearer, so that we not only, and again, it shows you how linked up it is, not only does that mean that we get less water on the roads, it also means, because there's less water on the roads, we get less frozen water on the roads, which reduces Vernon's need to fill potholes, because one of the things that drives potholes is the higher levels of water and the more freezing that's been going on. So it's a complex area, but I think the budget is well put together, and there are innumerable areas where each of these things is being addressed.
Thank you. I'm already realising that there is no way this session is going to finish on the time allocated, but it always looked like it was possible that would be the case. So I'd ask members again, in questioning, can we keep the preambles down, and to a degree, if officers, if cabinet members can keep the responses down to quick, sharp answers, because there's people I've not heard from today still waiting in the queue. And somebody who's been with us all day so far is next, and that's Roger Wyborn. Roger.
Thank you, Chair. I got too many questions, so I'll try and condense it a bit. As you say, Chair, I'll start off with the 20-mile-an-hour limits in road safety area, where I have suggested that be put as a high-level bullet point on the strategy as well, because it is something that we've not only talked about, but it's in the narrative for the budget. And I am concerned to understand where any funding is coming from that, and I hope I've not misheard Dave Norman in responding to that, because various figures, which are not huge sums of money, but they do cost money for rolling out 20 mile an hour across the county, have been suggested by those who have been involved with other counties of typically £5 per resident across the county. I've heard as much as 8 million reading across from Oxfordshire. But the figure, I just want to be sure I've not misheard this. The figure that Dave Norman is talking about in terms of the coming year's budget is £300,000, not just for that, but for all the road safety kind of initiatives as well that might be spent. So there's a lot of warm words, but I would like to know what's actually in the budget, or whether, as I suspect, we are just left scrabbling with what we can get out of the local highway manager's local budget. And in particular, and this is a slightly separate question from it, is there some money going to be allocated for the cost of TROs on road safety and speed limits? Because that's a major issue for lots of people, is where do you get money for TROs? Moving on to the Capital Roads programme, in the last 5 years, I think we resurfaced 507 miles of road. From out of the 150 million, out of the 100 million, you're proposing to resurface 500 miles of network. So, apart from the fact that there's a significant challenge of whether you can achieve it, my understanding is that amount of road is just about the backlog that's right at its end of life, ought to be done as soon as we can do it. So. Even if you achieve it at the end of the 500 miles, are we going to be in a situation where you've still got a 500-mile backlog of capital road programme? And also within that programme, it's talked about a shift emphasis from local A and B roads towards local roads, but is this actually in the budget? I don't see it. Next one, and penultimate really, is I'm needing to understand what's actually allocated apart from government money that we might get on bus service improvements, what's actually allocated by the county towards bus improvements. I'd have to say that I don't know what the allocation of money is, but the ambition trying to move from 5% mode to 5.5% as being the bus usage part of the various modes, it does sound like an incredibly unambitious target given the climate change challenges that we have. I'll leave my questions on cycling and walking because I think they've been addressed to some degree by others or attempted to be addressed. But my finally is to do with the revenue budget. Is there going to be enough money to support the obvious increases in resources that are going to be needed in the integrated transport unit area to support the kind of necessary changes that we're talking about, from climate change, as in modal shift, 20 mile an hour schemes and safety schemes and so on, and TROs, all of which requires revenue. Is it going to be there? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Roger.
Chair,
We'll get you some answers.
Chair, as my name was mentioned first by Councillor Iborn, I will come in and say, unfortunately, you did mishear me. You misheard me quite clearly in that there was a distinction. I made the distinction between the 20 mile an hour considerations across the authority and the road safety policy. There is £300,000 in the budget to begin the process of looking at 20-mile-an-hour zones across the county. I did make that statement. I then went on to say that the whole issue of the County Council's refreshed road safety policy would not have a budget line in it now, because we are only beginning the consultation process in the spring and leading into the summer of this year. And the medium-term financial process means that I would have had to be preempting something last September, October, that I have no idea what it's actually going to throw up. So you need to be well advised that as the road safety policy moves forward and the needs to refresh it, which clearly will undoubtedly have some issues around financing that, I will be going to the next round of medium-term financial planning strategy moving forward towards the autumn of this current year we're now in. And then at this time next year, you'll be able to challenge me on what's in the budget for the enhancement of the policy. And I did actually make the point that it was going to be done in cooperation with the constabulary, and that I'm working with the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, and we are hopeful that it will be a joint funded process moving forward.
Right.
TROs in respect of funding required for that, when the actual staff changes come in line and we bring the whole of the service within the authority, again, come the next medium-term financial strategy, I'm absolutely certain I'll be banging the table.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Anyone else coming in on
Phil?
some of the other questions? Yeah.
Phil, do you want me to answer Roger's deliverability of the 100 million?
Sorry, speak up, whoever that is.
Vern,
Yeah, go on, Vern.
Phil, do you want me to answer Roger's 100 million question? 500 miles? Hello?
Yeah, can you take your screen down and we'll keep you just on audio because you're not coming over every... Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now, Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. If I could pick up Roger's question. Yeah, thanks for that, Roger. Yeah, you're saying 505 miles in the 150 million. I'll try and be as succinct and quick as possible for you. We've actually done 600 miles now. And what you've got to remember, the 150 million, it was over a 5-year period. So we're still running in that 150 million programme. And that's currently still coming up to completion. So what I would say is, you've asked, is it achievable with the 100 million, which is Steve has showed you within the budget, is now dedicated more to broken down to resurfacing. So it's actually 10 million a year for 40 million over the 4-year period of this council. I would say, with you ask, is it achievable to do 500 again plus? Yes, I would say it's going to be even more. And why I would say it's going to be even more than the 500 is because we've started on an asset management program. So we started in the A and B roads first, where you have to follow a system with maintenance to start somewhere. And it's logical to do the A and B roads. We will now be moving into the C, district roads, estate roads. And those, by material wise, are a different material, because obviously there's a lot more time involved with hot rolled asphalts on main A roads. Well, where we're moving now to C, D roads will be 10, 14 millimeter dense wearing courses. So those by indication will be more deliverable. So I would believe there'd be a significant increase in the amount that we actually resurface. And the final point on resurfacing is the issue of disruption. Because maintenance is always ongoing. There is no end game. We can't get to a position where there is no maintenance. Maintenance will continue forever, and it will always be there. But the big factor we copy in as civil engineers is the amount of disruption. Now, if you think of the disruption, 562, we're doing about 100 miles a year resurfacing, which is breaking down very roughly to 10 miles a month, which is effectively 2 miles a week. Any more disruption than that around the county, and you would bring the county to a standstill because of the sheer disruption that we cause on the network by carrying out the work. So that factor has to be boiled in. So I would say we are currently working at maximum capacity that we can on the network, and we will continue to work at maximum capacity on the network moving forward, and it will significantly reduce that 120 million backlog where we started. We're roughly 70 million backlog now. That will significantly reduce again as we move forward. And as I always said, as a new councillor, it's a 10-year ongoing programme of works that you need to do to bring the road level network up to an acceptable level. And obviously resurfacing, very final point, the more we resurface, the resurfacing reduces and eradicates potholes. The more and more we resurface, the less there should be on the network moving forward. So that will help again. So very quickly to deliver, yes, I think we can significantly deliver that 500, and I would envisage it would be a lot more moving into the C and D roads. Sorry, Chair, I tried to be as quick as I could on that one, but it's very important to understand that maintenance never stops. It will always be there. There'll always be a pothole. And we always need to keep fixing and moving forward to improve the network.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I answer Roger's question now on the bus service?
Yes, please. I was trying to get to that.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Well, I would argue that a 10% increase in bus patronage on pre-pandemic levels is an ambitious target. That would take 20 million journeys a year to 22 million. But it's true, the first step is to get back to pre-pandemic levels. But once we get there, a 10% increase, and the 5% to 5.5% is just how the 10% increase manifests itself, because 0.5% is 10% of 5%, and 5% of all journeys take place by public transport at the moment. In terms of investment, our annual budget for bus subsidies is 3.5 million. If you put bus pass on top of that, another 6 million, we're putting £9.5 million in subsidies each year, and we're looking to invest a further £40 million through the BSIP, through the Bus Service Improvement Plan, over the next 3 years to 2025. So that's the situation on investment, but it is important to realise that a 10% increase is a really significant increase. It's 2 million extra journeys each year.
Thank you, Philip. I don't want to be sort of ignoring Councillor Wayborn, but I've got 3 more people that I'm very keen to get to hear from. One certainly coming from this morning. I'm going to take Rebecca Hoyland next. And sorry? Sorry, wrong Rebecca. Rebecca, by all means, sorry.
So are you asking me to speak now, or Becky Hoyland?
Yes.
Which one? Not me.
Sorry, Rebecca Halifax.
Okay,
I
great.
put the wrong Rebecca H
Thank
down.
you.
Sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you. I wanted to make a quick comment based on something that was said earlier. I think it was Vernon that mentioned that there's a considerable number of in the comment about driver shortage and HGV drivers moving over towards driving buses instead to make up that gap. In actual fact, there's considerable evidence that says it's the other way around, that part of our bus driver shortage is to do with the fact that bus drivers are leaving to take up HGV driving positions. It's better paid for a start. But what I wanted to ask was from the levelling up section, and about the Market Town, the use of the Market Town Fund, and a reasonable amount of the Market Town funding has been allocated already. I think the number is 385,000 has been allocated already. And what I'd like to know is how and when the council is going to assess whether this was an effective use of that £500,000 of taxpayers' money. What's the mechanism that's going to be used to assess the use of that money, as opposed to it being allocated in a more centrally assessed fashion? You know, how is this fund being assessed, and when?
Try and get your response. No. Silence is golden.
Colin's on mute. I think he's trying to...
Colin?
Sorry, Chair. My sister, I didn't quite catch what I heard the amount, but I didn't catch what the sum was related to, because my Rebecca's voice disappeared for a second at that point.
It's the Market Town Fund, Colin.
All right, Market Town Fund, yeah.
So obviously a considerable amount has already been allocated, but I'm just interested to find out, since it's a very different way of going about allocating a considerable amount of money, how and when that fund is going to be assessed for its usefulness in the way that that money is being spent.
I'll be honest, we've not had a direct input into that. Is Steve Mawson on the line? He may be able to better answer that, because it was a sum of money that was felt that would help the market towns, and was driven substantially by Steve Mawson at the time, and didn't really come through economic development in the way other areas have. So if Steve was available just now, so I don't know whether he can comment on that. No, it does not. Is there? I mean, all I can say is that from my perspective, I would obviously want to make sure that money that is spent is used to maximum effect. You know, the budgets that we have, although it hasn't gone through my economic development team, the budgets we have are limited for what we have to do, and I always want to make sure I get the biggest bang for our buck. So I would obviously be looking at that in the longer term to see and make sure that it was money well spent. I think it was done very much as a response at that time to the fact that the market towns were very much on their knees following COVID, and it was done as a way to help encourage them and give them an impetus and focus to help promote themselves and initiate local ideas and projects to really bring that confidence back. And sometimes, Rebecca, you know, I'm only too well aware, you know, confidence is how much is it worth, confidence? Because trying to put a price on that one is incredible. It's a little bit like a football team, isn't it? That you know, Manchester United lose the first 6 games of the season, everyone goes, "Oh, we just had a bad start." The team has just come up and just got promoted into the Premiership, lose the first 6 games, everyone goes, "Oh, they're going down." And it's just because one's got an established record and confidence level, and the other one hasn't. And you know, sometimes you just have to do that, take those steps in economic development and trying to regenerate, where you take some bold steps, where you do things to try and encourage people to then start giving the confidence to then start moving forward again and break the sort of the inertia of non-movement that's taken place and has been caused by COVID.
Of course, and I fully understand that. However, I just of course it's taxpayers' money, and we are expected to get, as you've mentioned, the most bang for the, you know, each buck involved. I mean, it's the same could be said for the Councillor Fund, the COVID Recovery Fund, which again is, you know, is a lovely idea, and I personally have have very much enjoyed having proposals from different organisations and looking through them. But again, it could very easily be argued that it's a very non-equitable way of allocating resources. You know, it's not a robust way of allocating resources, and I think our residents could, while they might like the idea and the sentiment behind these funds, could very easily point their fingers and say, you know, is this really the most structured way of spending this money? Is this the most fair and even-handed way of spending this money? Where are the statistics that show this is the most efficient way of spending this money? And that's what I'm questioning. Where do we go to actually see the way that these outcomes are assessed?
Maybe I could just make a quick comment on that. I think, first of all, it came under Lyndon Stowe, in terms of whose budget, who was responsible for those pots of money in terms of the cabinet. So it's not one of the cabinet members who's on this in this session. But I think absolutely everything that was said there is, Rebecca, is true. I think it's clear that this is temporary, a very temporary and exceptional set of circumstances. Well, we hope it's temporary, at least, and that therefore there was a need to be fleet of foot in how we addressed the economic impact of coronavirus, and how we helped both through the funds allocated directly through members in terms of Build Back Better, and through the towns Market Towns Fund. So the intention was that this is not a recurring feature of how the Gloucestershire County Council spends its money. It was a temporary set of arrangements intended to produce a positive outcome. Measuring that positive outcome, because of you like me probably have a huge range of different projects that have been put forward. For example, I have somebody proposing putting various benches in place to encourage people to walk more and to use in this case Winchcombe more, or a community orchard, or measuring the economic impact of a lot of those things is maybe there's a PhD or two in trying to do that, but it's going to be exceptionally difficult to do, and I don't think there would be a huge amount of value. I think the important thing is that there is diligence and control over how the money is spent, to ensure that addressing the key point you're making, that the funds have been used in an appropriate way, so that the funds have not been used on things that are trivial or self-serving or whatever else. And I think those controls have been operated by the officers and have been in place.
Could I answer Rebecca's point about the HGV drivers, please, Chair?
Yeah, but, just a minute, Philip, because I said I'm prepared to overrun, but I'm not prepared to overrun that long, and I've got two more members, and I wanted David to do something on fire and at least get done by 3:15. So if it's a succinct response, by all means do it.
Yeah, I'll try and be quick. Rebecca is correct. Of course, some bus drivers did leave to become HGV drivers. I didn't include that in my list of 4. One of the reasons is the shortage in HGV drivers is partly due to the success of our economy, which is happening quicker than the rest of Europe. So there's more demand for drivers in the UK than there is in most of the EU. But I just wanted to give the good news that Bataris Training are due to start an HGV driver course at Gloucestershire College very soon. This information just came out after the last Economic Scrutiny Committee, when I was asked a question about this. But actually some training is taking place now within Gloucestershire, and it's going to be free to the registered unemployed. So I'd just like you to be aware of that excellent piece of news. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Phil, it's Dave Norman here. Can I offer you an alternative? That is as always, fire gets pushed to the back of every one of these scrutiny committees. It's happened to me, and this is the third time it's happened. And what I'm going to offer you, and the chair of the fire scrutiny committee is actually on this call today. I can see him sitting in his chair with his pen in his mouth. What I'm going to offer you is the fact that next week there is a fire scrutiny committee, and he has an agenda item on there around looking at the proposed fire budget for the coming financial year. So what I'm suggesting to you, Chair, is if you get all your members in this room, in your room and around this virtual room today, to seed any questions they've got through to the chair of the Fire Scrutiny Committee by, say, Wednesday of next week, both the Chief Fire Officer who sat here patiently for the last hour and a half and I will be at that meeting next week and will be able to deal with any questions raised. And the point, Chair, I'd like you to raise with DSU is I think we're at the situation where fire needs to have a separate session. I've raised this more than once and it hasn't got anywhere, but I think what's been highlighted today is it definitely needs it. Perhaps Jeremy Hilton might wish to comment on what I've just offered you.
Thanks, Dave. And that, from my point of view for today, that's a very sensible way forward. Jeremy, I'm sure, would like to comment, but if we can keep that pretty succinct, then that gives me an opportunity to bring in the last two members that I've got on my list, and we'll be getting somewhere near the 3:15, I would think. Jeremy, did you want to comment on that?
I agree with Dave.
That's beautifully succinct, Jeremy. Out of character, but succinct. Thank you.
We agree sometimes.
One or two that have been waiting very patiently. One is probably a question coming from this morning's session. I've got John Bloxham, and then certainly I want to hear from Paul Hodgkinson, who has been waiting for a considerable time, I would imagine. John.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. So the question arising from this morning was around the bus service improvement plan and whether or not we are going to look at the business case for the franchise model. There was an executive decision to go for enhanced partnership. The improvement plan is very dependent on government funding. The other model is around the franchise model. Are we going to look at that as a question? There's a budget line for cycle infrastructure. It's only got 100,000 in. I know there's a scheme in my patch that Vernon was introduced to create the missing link of the cycle track into Stroud Town Centre. So is that something that can be looked at in relation to that budget, particularly if it goes into the levelling up bid for Stroud Town Centre that's very much focused on the area? So I'd appreciate a response on that. The final comment I just wanted to make was about this 300,000 for community or for speeding is being described quite loosely in different ways in different places. If you look at the annex and the comment against it, it's described as being for community speed watch safety, and it's about signs and 20 is plenty stickers and maybe some speed gun training to do some promotional work. Now, that's not the same thing at all as a 20-mile speed zone. And I think it's being misdescribed in the documents. The language that's being used is very loose. And while that policy is under consideration, I don't think that's very helpful. So I think the wording ought to be tightened up there. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I'm looking for some response.
I'm happy to answer on the enhanced partnership agreement route over the franchise model, though I can't give too many details on it, John, because it was actually before my time, this, but I am aware that the franchise model was rejected at a very early stage in favour of the enhanced partnership agreement. I don't know the reasons why. I will find out for you if it's okay with you and get back to you with an explanation of that. But I'm pretty sure it was conclusive. The paragraph I read about it was such that it was definitely not. It was definitely not to our advantage. But as I say, I can't remember the reasons, and I'll find an explanation for that and get that to you.
Thank you for that.
Chair, I'll come back in response to what John said about the 20-mile-an-hour zones and the speed watch, etc. I thought we'd come to an agreement with a statement that had been written about how that money was potentially going to be available to be used. If it's been written in different ways in the document, then that is disappointing. I will have a look at it and I will ensure that we get continuity across all documentation and it's clarified as to what that 300,000 as a pump primer can be used for.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, Phil, I can answer the cycling one if you want me to. For John. Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, it was great to visit Rodford Parish Council and thank the members for supplying me with the bike on the day. It was really good. As I say, we're working with the district and the town council there on the Levelling Up Fund. I would also say, and I gave my advice how we've done a similar scheme as in and around Tewkesbury. I've used Highways Local, Build Back Better funding, and obviously working with the districts to get that route delivered here. So I would encourage, as I said to the councillors, I think one is Alec. I do apologise, forgot his surname, which I'm sure you know, John.
Yes, Miskin.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I've told him to contact you. If you work all together with a strategy and a plan, I think it can be delivered. It's not going to be straight away. For example, the Tewkesbury one, which I gave an example to, the new town cycle track was built over a 5-6 year period. But again, Highways Local, Build Back Better funding, use local member, working with the district and town councils with an overall plan and strategy. I think it's a reality that can. It's a scheme that can be turned into reality, and I wish you well and give you full support on how to keep pushing it forward.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now because I haven't heard from him all day, and I'm delighted he's with us. Paul Hodgkinson.
Thank you very much, Phil. I feel very honoured. I have two very specific questions actually coming out from this discussion. I think both were probably to David Gray, but certainly the first one is. I'm not quite sure about the second. Anyway, the first one is to David Gray. David, earlier on, when you were talking about the tree planting target, you referred to the dreaded, to quote you, the dreaded 35 million tree target. Why is it dreaded? And why did it come out of the corporate strategy only to then go back in again? What was your reason for that? So that's the first thing. And then the second one is about the Bishop's Cleeve to Cheltenham cycleway route, which I'm not quite sure who will answer this. 10.5 million it costs to complete the track, but only 5.9 million has been allocated. So where is the 4.6 million deficit coming from? So two questions there. Thank you.
Deal with the first, and maybe Colin will deal with the second. On my reference to that is just because this has been, if you're, how can I put it without again leaving myself open to misinterpretation, it's we are fully committed to helping everyone in Gloucestershire plant as many trees as possible, but that 35 million, 13 million, those numbers have been hung around GCC as if it's a commitment that GCC can make on its own, which it clearly isn't. Our commitment as a county council, and I hope that this is clear in people's minds, is that we will be involved directly in planting 1 million trees between now and 2030. And for example, and that process, there has been a great progress made thanks to the officers' hard work through the COVID period in putting together the team that can allow us to use our £1 million a year budget to leverage the money available for trees through that budget, through working with our partners such as the Woodland Trust, National Forestry Commission, etc., etc., to plant as many trees as we can get. We are happy to cooperate with whoever else in terms of those bigger numbers, and we'd love to see the county hitting those big numbers. But in terms of our direct responsibility, what we will take responsibility for is that million. And for example, to give you a sense of the dynamic, we think with the Woodland Trust we'll have planted 10,000 trees in the first year of that arrangement. The next year we hope to get 50,000 trees planted through that one partnership. And then in the following year, we hope to get that number above 250,000, hopefully as high as 300,000 trees planted through that one partnership. So you get a sense of the acceleration that is there in terms of GCC's direct tree planting activities, and that can be a big part. We hope we get well beyond our 1 million target and help the county as a whole towards those bigger targets that were put out by the local nature partnership as targets of what ideally we'd like to get to in terms of the longer term impact of tree planting. And I think it was a point that was made earlier. We're not partisan fixed, and I'm not sure that we ever answered that question, but it is absolutely right that it is not just about trees. It is about that wider biodiversity, hedges being an important part of it. And we as land owners, because we own the estate that is farmed across the county, we are working with our tenant farmers to help them to address climate change, not only through tree planting in appropriate locations, but through putting in more hedgerows and indeed adopting more sustainable methods of farming, which I think is, and the carbon capture point about, again, I think I've referenced in the past the Gamage Farm visit where beef is being raised and the December deadline that the farmer set for himself as to when he thought that farm would be carbon neutral. So we want to get that those kind of practices rolled out across as much of the estate as possible. Colin, can you follow up on the point about the Cheltenham Cycle scheme and the amounts of money?
The funding. The original funding was given to us by Highways England, which is what they had estimated that part of the cost of the scheme would be, which is 5.5 roughly, plus another 1.3 I think it was for design costs, which we managed to grab hold of and keep. As we gradually got into the scheme, we suddenly realised that the design had not been undertaken at the level that it should have been, i.e. compliant with LTM 120, which is a far higher standard. So we had to redesign the whole scheme. That pushed the costs up. So we've been gradually bringing that money together to deliver that. The council's put in 3 million. There's some money coming from, I think 1.5 million from the G First. There is around about several 100,000 coming from the cycling bid. There's a whole raft of pots of money that, in fact, we've got. There's £3 million, just over £3 million from the Levelling Up Fund to do the southern end along and through Gloucester. And then obviously it joins up with it joins up with the cycle works that are already being implemented there from Old Court into Cheltenham along what's called the Wictis scheme alongside the A40. So that's how the whole scheme is being funded, and we now have sufficient funding for the whole scheme.
Paul, did you want to come back on that?
Not on the cycle point, thank you for that. I think certainly with the 35 million, I just, I keep hearing you, David, sort of, you clearly aren't buying into that 35 million. It's very clear. And so you either have it or you don't have it. And it's there. 35 million is there, isn't it? So my feedback to you is, you've got it, you need to achieve it. If you don't want to achieve it or you don't think you can achieve it, then take it out. It's up, you're the administration.
It's there as an ambition for the county. We are the county council, and we will do our bit to help the county to achieve that ambition. So it remains as an ambition for the county. But in terms of budgets and things, it has to be about the reality of what the county council can directly do. And this budget is about what the county council can directly do, what monies we're going to spend, and how we're going to spend it. So that's been the focus of my comments, and it remains the commitment of the county council that we will get to our million trees, and we will cooperate fully with anybody who's willing to work with us to help to not only get to the million trees, but that wider ambition about the number of trees we want to achieve for the county as a whole.
David, can I just come in a second? Because it's something maybe Paul doesn't actually, maybe does not fully understand. That 35 million figure was driven by and set up by Gloucestershire Local Nature Partnership with all the partners that work together right across the whole of Gloucestershire. They asked if we would sign up to it and be part of that and support it, which we did. When I looked at it, their 35 million is not what you think 35 million planting of trees is, because what they include within that is all the things like trees that self-set, trees that regrow having been cut down, and figures that you could never, ever, in honesty, you'd have a real struggle to try and, the trees we're putting in, I can tell you if we put in 1 million trees, I can tell you what every tree is, because everyone has got an audit trail to it. The trees they're talking about is everything from self-setting to regeneration, everything. So it's a completely different agenda they're talking to. It's not about 35 million trees, someone going out with a spade and digging a hole and putting a tree in 35 million times. It's a very different approach they're looking at.
Thank you, Colin. Yeah, I would say, wouldn't I? Let's find plenty of floodplain to plant them in, and they can drink all the water then, can't they? That's the end of my list of questioners. Obviously, we've overrun, so we'll talk to those that have been waiting and perhaps just take a quick 5-minute break and then push on with the next session. But thank you, members, those that are staying and those that are going too. Colin, did you indicate?
No, I was saying thank you and goodbye.
No. Okay.
I was waving.
Right. Just a quick 5-minute break then. Thank you. Right. Members, moving on then to what is our own committee, Corporate Overview and Scrutiny. There's one or two that have probably still got microphones on. Can I ask that you mute? And who wants to open up the baton? Is this going to be Lyndon or is it going to be Steve?
Yeah, I'm very happy to say a few words, Chair.
Yes, Lyndon.
On behalf of this particular portfolio, obviously members will be aware that the portfolio that I'm representing and talking about is the one really that puts in place the infrastructure that enables us to deliver all the other services, a whole plethora of services that the County Council delivers. And of course, when we look at our bids for next year's budget, it's about how we improve some of the dialogue we have, some of the communications, some of the customer experiences. So some of that is is very much presented within the council's strategy that you're looking at. It's how we work as an organisation. It's particularly how we look at the properties which we occupy. It's how we look at the IT services and all the other back office services, effectively we would call them, to make sure that everything else can be delivered. So we look at the accounting function, the HR function, the legal function, properties obviously, and IT in particular, where you will see within the papers, continuing investment in that service. And that's absolutely vital as we move forward technologically. And as we, to some extent, replace a system that is not fit for purpose, and that's across the organisation. That work has started, but that will be going on, for several years. In fact, let's be honest. Everybody knows the world of ICT and of software, of packages, etc., is not one that stands still. So we need to be closer to the leading edge than we have been, and hence the investment that you see within the papers today, which is ongoing. So definitely, ICT is a priority. I need to reflect also on some of the other services. Legal is an issue, a matter where we do struggle to recruit. We've got to be blunt about that. So that again is reflected in the budget, where we need to recruit more. We want to bring some of the work which currently goes out back in-house, but it's not easy to do that. Recruitment of legal has been an issue for at least 2 years. That's how long I've been on this portfolio, but well before then. And yeah, we sometimes might look at our list of how many people we employ in legal, but we need to recognise that, for instance, children and families, there is a need for us to employ solicitors and paralegals within that service to make sure that what we do is correct. So, that's the sort of that's the sort of stuff which we are doing, and why sometimes we need to come back to members and say, look, we are going to need a bit more money on this. We need to reflect the new priorities around working, around agile working. There is going to be a demand from our staff for what is now becoming a new norm of flexibility around home working. Now, on the one hand, we need to make sure we embed the benefits of that, but at some point we will need to make sure that we also, have a good method of monitoring our productivity on that too. But it is quite clear that we live in a world where there is quite a tight marketplace for some of our specialist skills. And, if we're not going to be able to reflect that in the packages and the flexibility that we offer as an organisation, then we're going to struggle to recruit. And we already see that. We need to try and enhance our offer rather than go backwards on that. And some of what we're doing, and a lot of what this portfolio is also about, and a lot of the stuff that's in our budget proposals, is about making sure that we adapt to the challenge of climate change, continue to cut our emissions and single-use plastics and mileage, the waste of paper. All of those things come into it. If we can cut our staff mileage coming into Shire Hall or wherever they might be working, if we can cut mileage expenses, that is all part of what we need to do, not only for ourselves to make sure we retain people, we recruit people, but also so that we start, delivering our commitment to our communities, to the country, to the next generations, around making sure that we are doing our absolute best in that fight against climate change. So I know there's much to be said. I think I've talked there about the bigger issues which are reflected in both the strategy and the budget, and obviously happy to take any questions on that. And I know if there's anything technical, I'm hoping that Steve, I think Steve Mawson is online. He should be the man who can pinpoint us to the places in the report today. Back to you, Chair. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Lyndon. Yeah, I can see on the screen we have some members. Obviously, the members of this committee will be well aware of just about everything that's in there. Steve, are you there? Have you got anything you want to add, or can I go straight to member questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Then, members, have we got any indication of any questioners as yet?
No, not at this moment in time, Chair. Oh, Colin Hay.
Colin, of course. Colin, go ahead.
I don't know why you said that. It's yeah. We heard earlier from Andy Gravels how good the health service was offering up property that had become surplus to them, and offering it very generously to groups who could repurpose it. I think his example was a property that's now going to be used for housing and homeless people, or can't quite remember what it was, but that sort of thing. And clearly it's a dilemma, isn't it, that on the one hand you want to seek to maximise income from property and capital, but at the same time there is this thing of social value that can be achieved. And I'm not really clear, because over the years there's been some examples of it being quite difficult to have joint where one of the districts wants to move on something. It's been difficult negotiations, and it is something that I think we need to take into account, perhaps a bit more strongly, because the social value and the good within the county can be achieved sometimes by not getting best value or maximum value, for some of the properties. And I think working together can achieve a lot. On some of the other issues you talked about in terms of some of the staffing and investment that we need to make on that, clearly with legal, I think we've seen one legal in Gloucestershire working very well, and you'll probably know from time on Cotswold. And I'm not saying we necessarily join that, but I think there is some value and some use in perhaps working closely with some of the other districts, the counties nearby, particularly for specialist solicitors and so on. And in terms of those areas where it's difficult to recruit, I don't know to what extent we're hampered by the kind of job evaluation work that was done some years ago and that presumably we're still working with, and looking at jobs of equal value when there are market forces. And it's always been quite difficult to get those market forces in place because of the way that can disrupt jobs of equal pay for equal value. So those are just some of those questions. And then on a more general point, and I suppose this is a kind of maybe a welcome bit of support in the way in which we're trying to move things forward now. My only regret is that I've now been back on for just over 8 years, and we've been banging on about these things for some time, and invest to save, and particularly the increases in budget that we're seeing, particularly I highlight in children's services, actually starting to invest to reduce demand. And why has it taken 8 years? But I do welcome it now, albeit that it's late.
Thank you, Colin. Anyone want to pick that up?
Would you like me to come back on that, Chair?
Yeah, surely.
Well, I think, points well made, Colin, certainly about the dilemma that we face. We do have targets for capital receipts. Clearly, that is what funds our capital programme going forward. So we need to reflect that when we are looking at assets that are available. But I think we've got a pretty good track record, actually, of sometimes going for social value. And I could give you a couple of examples, not least a pretty recent one in Cheltenham, where we did do a good deal with the Borough Council to make sure you've got a plot of land that you could use for social housing there. So I'm pretty certain that, that's we do that. I'm not saying where we can. We do it where it is most sensible to do it. And reflecting the fact that, on the other hand, we do need to, prove good value across the board to our stakeholder, but also to generate some sort of capital receipts. On legal, yeah, One Legal, etc. They do a good job. But the difficulty we need to reflect is proportionately, though, we employ a lot more solicitors than the districts even combined. And of course, the district's got a completely different set of remit. So they will have specialists in other, generally speaking, in legal specialism that don't fit us. A lot of ours is in social care, whether it be children or adults. And we do work with other counties. In particular, quite a bit of our surplus work that we can't handle in-house on children's, we use Warwickshire. I'm working increasingly with Warwickshire on that. So, that's the sort of thing we very much are doing that. And yes, it is a fact, as you mentioned about, job evaluation, is that that we do pay some element of market supplement where we need to. So I think, we're doing what we can. We've always got to really just make sure we're always conscious of making sure we've got budgets. We always want to make sure we deliver the right services to our customers, whoever they are, whether they're external or internal. And finally, I think it is about why are we doing stuff now that we haven't done previously? I think this year, we have got what I would say a pretty decent settlement from government. I don't think anybody can really deny it. And we didn't have a bad one last year. I think there is some recognition from central government. Look, you've got to start funding upper tier authorities properly. Otherwise, you cannot walk in as Ofsted inspectors and tell us to do one thing and not allow us to do the funding on the other. And I say that reflecting the fact that that there is a maximum council tax increase that we are all we all have to work within that parameters too, and we also have to reflect the fact that our taxpayers have to pick up that bill. So I think we've got a good settlement from government now, and I hope it enables us to be pragmatic and to deliver better services than we have done before, and it gives us the ability to do much better planning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lyndon. I've got Jeremy and then Mandy, who probably wants to add to maybe some of the things you've just referred to. Jeremy, welcome.
Thanks, Phil. I'm looking at the outcomes and priorities for the year, and ICT is following a period of underinvestment in ICT. We are now focused on replacing our core infrastructure, networks, and Microsoft productivity suite. This will provide a reliable platform with increased security, maximising staff productivity and enabling effective collaboration internally and with partners. The next phase of the work includes improved specialist core systems in social care and other key services. Bearing in mind the problems that Gloucester City Council are now facing because the whole systems have been hacked, a number of the core systems that allow Gloucester City Council to do its day-to-day are frozen whilst they try and resolve the problem. Can you give an insurance that Gloucestershire County Council is secure from being hacked by Russian hackers and demanding payment from us in order to free up systems which have been stopped and encrypted? Because I think it's really important that we do it. As a county councillor and city councillor, I know I cannot email myself from my city council email account at the moment for the county council because it gets blocked. So poor city councillors who might need to contact county council officers about casework are unable to do that at the moment. So it's important that we don't end up with the same situation on Gloucestershire County Council, and particularly if we're going to invest all this extra money. So I'm just making sure that we've got all our systems in place, and we're going to be investing the money, and we're going to be investing in security, making sure our systems are watertight when it comes to being potentially hacked.
Thanks, Jeremy. I don't know whether Steve or Mandy might pick that up. Steve?
Yeah, I'm happy to start, and Mandy, and absolutely. I mean, you will see a line in the budget about investment in cyber security, particularly. It is a risk. I mean, there's no absolute guarantee ever. Hence why you also do regular checks on disaster recovery and can you bring things back up fairly quickly? Are you making backups? But absolutely, yes. I mean, one of the things that we've recognised is that we need to get our PSN accreditation sorted, make sure we've done as much as we possibly can to deal with the cybersecurity, and even and I know it has affected some councillors, the turning off the links to the city council until we are absolutely assured that anything that is coming from the city council is not going to affect the county council systems. So yes, we are really intent on doing that. I have to say we also have to bear in mind that we can't lock down everything that stops any functionality or any risk. So there is always some risk. Somebody could copy some data and move it across and put it in a place that they shouldn't be putting it. But we have to take some risk to allow operational activity to take place and make sure our staff and users are appropriately trained in all that and all those security risks. And that's the other part of the activity. Mandy, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think you've pretty much covered it. I mean, we consciously took the highest level of Microsoft licensing, and one of the biggest issues about that is the additional security that brings. So already builds a sort of safety framework around our networks and our Microsoft usage. The additional investment in this budget for next year is the new generation of monitoring, of server monitoring. So it's constantly doing a deep dive into what's going on in our systems, which is why we've asked for it, because we've seen over the last 12 months, increasing numbers of public sector organisations being specifically targeted. As Steve says, it'll never be perfect, but we do need to put that focus in.
Thank you.
Just coming back to that is that it's really important, as Steve Wilson said, to back up the systems and so that you can retrieve it. The biggest problems, of course, is relaunching that, and I think that's one of the problems lots of city councils are facing. They don't want to relaunch it until it's safe to relaunch, because if they relaunch it, it could be hacked again, and more serious encryption of important files could happen. So I'm just making sure that we're aware of that problem and that we are doing everything we possibly can to ensure that the county council's systems, and it's not the email systems, it's often the third-party software systems that are used to provide certain services like benefits, payments, and all these other things. So we must have a number of products that we're using from various suppliers that not Microsoft, which are providing us with information and data system could be vulnerable. And I just wonder whether we're checking all that as well that's part of the next year to look at all those systems that are part of the overall package that the county council uses.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that the radical changes that we are going through at the moment are on several fronts. That the network, the engine, is one thing that we are radically overseeing and changes. The wide area network, the local area network, the software that is in our activities, the hardware that it's sitting on. So every part of our ICT estate at the moment is getting overhauled, and disaster recovery is absolutely important in that. And there's no test until you actually do it. You have to test them separately at the moment and do all that. I think the other change that's happening to us and many other councils up and down the country is the move more to software as a service. So you're not buying the hardware kit and running it all yourself, that you actually buy the software as a service and it sits in the cloud. And that's not just Microsoft. There are a number of major providers that are going that, both through adult social care and children's social care, are trying to go through that move. That does put some pressure on us financially, because it moves it from buying hardware kit and investing in your capital program to actually it becoming a revenue licensing cost. And we are having to think about different ways, and that's one of the things that we've done over the last year and a half, is to have a look how we can spend resources differently, but to get a better outcome where stuff sits in the cloud. Mm-hmm. It's a good challenge, and it will always be a challenge. Rob is the CIRO, the Senior Information Risk Officer, and we've separated that up from the direct IT management so that we can see some, we've got people checking as well as people who are doing the delivery.
Thanks, Steve. I've got no one indicating as yet. Go on then, Councillor Hurst. Yep. You're on mute again, Stephen.
Is that better? That must be better. You can hear me now. Thank you. I am a bit shaky about the way the budgets for children's services and adult social care are put together. I get the feeling sometimes that it's a matter of sticking your finger in the air and timesing it by 2 instead of having a criteria that we can in fact challenge to make sure that we get a budget which is realistic in the circumstances. Now that of course may mean that a realistic budget is far larger than existing budgets are. So then I think you return to the fact you stick your finger in there and times it by 2. Budgeting for social services and adults and children's services seems to me to be very complicated, yet we don't ever seem to be able to sort it. We always end up with a ginormous overspend. Thoughts?
Stephen, I'm going to get an answer. Rob Ailiff, I know, wants to come in, but I'd like to think we're far more advanced than just sticking a finger in the air, but I'll see what Rob Ailiff has to say. Rob.
Yeah, I mean, some of the analysts that work on this sit within my team, so I was going to respond in the first instance. Steve might want to say more about then how the numbers get converted into money. I was going to say pound, shilling, and pence. Then that would have shown my age, wouldn't it? So, you know, where adult population is concerned, we use national data sets that are available through ONS. There's something called POPI, which is national estimates of the prevalence of older people with significant levels of illness and need in the population, and something called PANSI, which is where we get data on adults that might need our support as a result of a disability or learning disability. So these are all kind of well understood and well used tools that we use to understand, first of all, what the size of our population is likely to be, and then what the prevalence of the population of need within that population is likely to be. Similarly, at the younger end, we use nationally prescribed methodologies for predicting the number of school places we're going to need, which then obviously tells us how many children they're going to be. Where it becomes much more complicated is where you've got levels of need that are rapidly changing within the community. Yeah. You're certainly seeing that within children's services at the moment. So that's being driven by something other than just population factors. And under those circumstances, it is more difficult to predict accurately what's going to happen. You know, so clearly we're looking at trends over the long term, but what you don't want to assume is that just because something has increased in the past, it's going to carry on increasing. Otherwise, you end up with a budget that's constantly growing. So, you know, we try to make sensible and balanced judgments about what level of growth we might expect to see going forward, but without assuming it will continue indefinitely. I think the other tool that we've got at our disposal here is the use of contingency funding. So I think where there is uncertainty over future years' budgets, rather than putting the money in a base budget where it'll then be sat constantly, what we try and do is put contingency funds within the budget so that if there is demand over and above our assumptions, then we're able to meet that without bankrupting the council or putting the council at financial risk. Steve, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think I'm really good stuff, Rob. You've obviously
I've learned something.
A lot, right? And to be fair, I mean the data side of the predictions and analytics, we do rely heavily on Rob's teams, but particularly in adults. Myself and Paul meet with Chris's management team on a monthly basis to go through their what we call the care ladder, and it's a term I've been used to in other places, so it's certainly something that we used when I first arrived to make that observation a little bit simpler, because you're talking about price and demand. You're talking about the number of children that are in our system and at what level, you know, where on the care ladder they are. And obviously I was here for the conversation Chris was having earlier about all that. It's hard to predict. it's hard to predict. There's no easy solution to all that.
And these are budgets you can't turn off, are they? You
Well,
can't turn
and
budgets off.
unfortunately, as I think was made reference to this morning, they are volatile areas, and we
Yes.
don't have the flexibility to set 20 million spare cash
Sure.
to cover any volatility. So what we have to do is get as close as we possibly can, and then say, well, what would we do if it was a little bit more in this direction, and what we would do if it was a little bit less. And you know, some of the points that have been made today are really relevant. But I guess the challenge I would put back to colleagues, if somebody said, well, you need to put another 8 million into children's just to cover an overspend, is, well, who are you going to say no to? Where are you going to pull that 8 million back from? So do you build it up in several places with contingencies, as we do, and we monitor, you know, and generally the cycle of the monitoring here is the same as it is in every place. Quarter one is quite bleak. Quarter two gets a little bit more balanced. Quarter three, you're then seeing where the wheat and the chaff is, that you can actually pull out the issues and have an underspend here and an overspend there. And then you kind of say, well, actually, as we've done this year with Chris, where can you stop spending on other things if children's social care is the big spender? From an adult social care perspective, I think we've got a really good grip on our finances. I really do. And the work that people like Margaret and others put in place 12, 18 months, 2 years ago has really made a financial difference. I think only time will tell the COVID legacy that comes out in a budget setting, and when those people who are suffering from long COVID start to come back to us in 2 or 3 or 4 years' time with greater demand issues than they had previously, or they would have had previously. But we aren't in those remits yet. But I'm less worried about adults' budget setting picture now. I'll take the point about future budgets in past October 2023, but I'm less worried about that than I am on children's, because you have to have control of demand. And I've worked in different models in children's social care, and I'll tell you what, it's a lot worse than models if you haven't got control of that demand, and all you're doing is paying the bill.
Yeah. And sometimes you have just to pay the bill, don't you? And then do the homework afterwards.
Okay, I think that was a little rhetorical. I'm not going to get answer to that, and that brings us very neatly just past the schedule time. But you know, if there's something really pressing from any member, then by all means speak now before we go into the final bit and the what's called the feedback to the leader of the council. Has anyone got anything else that? No?
Nobody's indicating to.
No one indicating according to the man sat opposite. Can we just check? I know I did see the marks in the leader's office. I don't see Pete, but
yeah, he's there.
Oh, he is there.
Yeah, we're not in the same room anymore.
So, welcome back, both. Yes, an interesting day. This is called feedback to the leader of council. Obviously, there will be minutes and the report of this day session, and the minutes will go to cabinet. I'm wondering if there's anything specific any member would want to feed into you as the leader, or indeed the CEO from the member side. Anyone indicating?
So nobody's indicating at the moment. Yeah. Just to repeat. So I've got a hand raised from Colin Hay.
Yes, Colin Hay, and then I think Stephen indicated. Yeah. Colin.
Right. I suppose what I wanted to say to Mark and to Pete is the narrative of the corporate plan. And a few times it's been quite difficult to, associate the budget with the corporate plan and some of the ambitions in the corporate plan and some of the phrases that are put out in there. And David Gray made this point. I think it was specifically about cycling, but it also applies to other things. And he said it's difficult to identify specific areas when they're split over various budget heads. And what I'm saying is it should be possible to identify that. So cycling, for instance, Vernon has mentioned this a number of times. If you've got a highways project, there's maybe a bit of cycling in there. And on those issues which are really pertinent to the public as a whole, and I suppose we can list them off: cycling, walking, trees, potholes, etc. Actually, trying to identify that is very difficult, and the narrative ought to say that. And you should be able to give us better figures. I mean, it was, 900,000 on potholes? But actually, when questioned, it wasn't just potholes, it was gully cleaning and various other bits, which probably do help to keep the potholes down. But it was said 900 on potholes. So I think
actually, Colin, it was 9.9 million, if you remember.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah. So it's a bit bigger. Really. Sorry. Yeah, thanks. And I know you had to step in with Vernon, so I've done the same thing. He was going the other way. So I think that's one particular issue, and I come back to the point about the targeting and how the council as a whole can set its targets. The corporate plan or strategy is about ambition, and surely it is up to the council to set what are realistic targets, both annually and over the 4-year period. They're targets. Some will be hit, some will be exceeded, some will be missed. But I think, looking at the commissioning strategy, which is there, it's not easy to see targets, and it wouldn't be too difficult to have those smart targets to hold people to account to. And I know what Rob was saying is that a number of those need to be in service areas, and there'll be thousands of them, I suppose. But we ought to be able to look at those things, and clearly, from my point of view, in terms of chairing audit also looks at risk, and those biggest issues, those biggest risks to the county council, in a sense, ought to be addressed in the corporate strategy, so that we know when we're targeting resources and setting targets, that we're hitting those biggest risks to the county council. And in the next, 4-6 weeks, I doubt if you'll do that. But I do think that needs to be addressed as we go forward with, this time next year in the corporate plan. We need to be looking much more carefully at those things so that we're allocating resources to those absolutely key issues, and we know what we're going to try and achieve in a year, 2, 3 years by then. Thank you.
Who wants to pick it up, Pete or Mark? Indeed,
I'm happy to come in on that one, Colin. It feels like we have this conversation on a 4-year basis. So I think we have been here before. I think, in my mind, a corporate strategy has to be where the ambition sits and where that picture of the ambition that we have as an organisation is painted. I think where we differ is then how that materialises into actions and targets. My view is that once the corporate strategy is adopted, those actions and targets should appear in the different departmental plans that eventually feed through to what you see through in Scrutiny as the targets that you monitor through the performance part of your agenda. So I don't think we're talking about one or the other. I think this is merely about process and presentation, Colin. And you're right, in 12 months' time, when you're sat down there in audit, or whether you're a sat down environment, you should be able to see how that corporate strategy's ambitions are then being painted as actions and targets within those individual plans. I do take your point around sometimes it's quite difficult to track some of these numbers. So myself and Steve Mawson had a very long conversation before Christmas about tracking how much we were spending on cycle infrastructure, because from the budget, as Steve will remember, it was practically impossible to add all the individual pots and come up with a number and a whole. And I think we take that away and say that there must be a better way of presenting that, so it's clearer to members and the public when we're talking about some of those really big important things to them. So I'll take that one on the chin, and something we can look at improving next time round. So, but look, I don't think we're arguing, Colin, about the overall shape of how this will look. I think it's merely a point about how it's presented and in what documents. And I said we've been here before, Colin. So this is fertile territory for me and you, I think.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Colin. I'm looking around to see if anyone else.
So it's Stephen Hurst, then Chloe Turner, then Jeremy Hilton, and
Right.
then Andrew Gravels is waving now.
Okay, well, we'll start with Stephen Hurst then.
Thank you, Chair. I think when I first saw what we were going to be talking about today, there was a bit of dread, because I thought it was a very, very complicated agenda which encompassed lots of things which the County Council want to do. But as the day has gone along, I have realised that we've in fact put into place the correct and adequate financial plans to achieve what we want to achieve. So we can say at the end of this year, we're well on the way to achieving our objectives. So to those people who put the budget together, I must say well done. And it still provides plenty challenge for the County Council to show to the population that we are a proactive County Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I've got Chloe next, followed by Jeremy, and then Andrew.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback. My thoughts, for what they're worth, are two things really. Firstly, that the budget has, the strategy has quite an urban feel to it. I think that's partly in terms of the language used, the concept of the city region, obviously, but also the way that the expenditure is directed. And as we are a primarily rural county, it feels quite odd. Whether it's the bus strategy, whether it's the industries you're referring to, the complete absence of food and farming, for example, which represents a bigger proportion of the employee base than the industries that are referred to in the strategy, whether it's where the active travel is and so on. So I would like to have more of a feel of the many people who live in rural Gloucestershire coming through in the County Council strategy. The second thing is, in terms of it being referred to as a greener budget, I'm sure we would have different views naturally on how green a green budget should be. And I do think there's some good stuff going on, and that is great. But I just think we need more. It seems unacceptable to me that a county council in 2022 should not have a focus on the low carbon economy and sustainable farming, especially when we're a rural county. Things like, why isn't there a project on capitalising on the waste heat from Javelin Park? I thought that was being considered. That, for me, that should be a flagship project for the next 4 years. And again, coming back to just want more. Why is it only new council buildings that are being considered for renewable energy? Retrofit needs to be a core part of our strategy. Why is the coroner's court not got panels all over its roof? So I'm just asking for more, really. But thank you.
Thank you, Chloe, and thank you for your feedback. I mean, you'll be surprised if I don't agree with everything that you've fed back to us. In fact, I'm sitting in a building where we spent an inordinate amount of money retrofitting it with solar panels. So, I do take your point, but I think we do have actually a good track record of retrofitting and delivering a greener estate.
And I'd agree with that. I'm just talking about what's in the strategy, because there is a specific reference only to new buildings, and I'm just querying that, really.
Yeah, and I think sometimes there's always a danger that you think if it's not in the strategy, it's not happening. And I accept that the strategy cannot list absolutely everything that we are focused on at any one time. So I think the issue around the heat at Javelin Park, absolutely, I think officers continue to look and pursue various options and ideas on that. It's not specified within the strategy. That doesn't mean someone isn't trying to get that landed and make that work. I would disagree. I mean, I don't read the strategy as being more urban than rural. I think if you look at some of the stuff we've done around the Build Back Better and our Market Towns Fund, supporting some of, I can't remember how many bids we've agreed on that one, but a huge amount of bids of money specifically going out to some of our more rural localities. But again, if there's something missing and that's very specific that you think needs being included, I think in the detailed feedback, if that's provided, we can look to see whether or not that particular reference or highlighting of that particular issue is brought to the fore in the strategy. I'm more than happy to do that. But it's quite often, I think the mistake is if it's not in the strategy, we're not doing it. That's usually not the case. It's just a matter about how we present it and what we highlight. So happy to take specific examples and see if we can incorporate them.
Thanks, Mark. The next one on my list is Jeremy, but I'm minded that we're approached or have approached 4 p.m. which is pretty much near the wind-up time. But I've got Jeremy and I've got Andrew on the list. Is there any... So, Jeremy.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. And apologies for not hearing Mark and Pete's presentation first thing this morning. I couldn't get online until 10 o'clock. Just heard the end. So that question I was going to ask then, in regard to the city region, rivals the likes of Bristol, Cardiff and Swindon, and they are great big urban sprawls. So I'm just wondering whether, in reference to the city region, you are suggesting that we move forward the proposal in the 2050 vision for a super city, which was criticised by many that live in Gloucester and Cheltenham, and the last thing we want is an urban sprawl that just covers the green fields between Cheltenham and Gloucester. So I'm just wondering what your vision is of a city region. Are you just talking about using government language about getting funds from the government?
I'll have a go at that. We know the housing developments will be happening in the Tewkesbury, Cheltenham and Gloucester districts at very considerable scale. And I've always said the default position is we carry on building suburbs. They become increasingly difficult to deal with in terms of sustainable transport. Some of the sites that have come through on searches beyond the Joint Core Strategy, so joint after 2031, have, in my view, been loony. They'd be really hard to serve. So, to me, it's finding the right sites in those three districts that can be sustainable. It's about thinking about centres, about one place rather than a city, a town, and suburbs galore. And I think if you just the common sense of thinking about it's one location that we do our very best. And I think probably the most important one is, do we want a light rapid transit system, which at one extreme would be a tramway system, at the other would be something like guided busway. That's what cities around the UK are doing. They're expensive, they're incredibly effective and very attractive for people to use. But if we don't build the homes in the right place and the jobs in the right place, we'll never deliver that. No, it's not about urban sprawl.
Yeah, just to add to that, Jeremy, it's worth Googling Cardiff Capital Region, because the map for Cardiff Capital Region includes Monmouthshire, Newport, Caerphilly, Bridgend, Vale of Glamorgan. So what we're using is the language of government when it defines an area that is effectively a catchment of urban and rural, but within a sort of a single economic footprint. And I think where we've not done well in the past, simply for many reasons. One of them is because government tends to look at local government in its constituent blocks, and because we're two-tier, they look at Gloucester and Cheltenham and Tewkesbury separately. They don't see the whole, which in many cases is as big as some of these other areas that tend to get more funding than us. And it's about changing government's mindset on how we invest, as well as much as it is about helping us tell the story of what's happening in Gloucestershire.
Thank you both.
Okay. I mean, I think my concern again is creating a super city that would just be the urban sprawl, the suburbs all the way through, between Gloucester and Cheltenham, the closure of the airport, closure of the commercial developments that are there, the manufacturing base that's there, the businesses that operate there, and that's what the super city was suggesting. And I think it needs to, a city region needs to fit in with some model that we've got already, which is two major residential establishments or towns, cities that are symbiotic to some extent. And I've got no objections to having a rapid transport system either between the two and through to Bishop's Cleeve and elsewhere. It's just a bit like a cycle track, but I just think we need to be careful about exactly what we're doing. And we need to take the district councils with us and not plough ahead on the basis that we know better.
I think we learnt lessons from Vision 2050. The term super city died. The city region language took a while to be acceptable, and the city region board is led by a district chief exec, or facilitated by a district chief exec.
Okay. Thank you. Andrew.
Just unmuting myself. I'll be very brief. I just want to go back to when I spoke at 10 o'clock this morning, seems like ages and ages ago, and I highlighted the good working relationship that we have with our partners in the NHS and all of the NHS trusts in Gloucestershire. And so I suppose my final words are, let's not forget that our budget, and it does do this, has to ensure that we help them to deliver the outcomes that we want them to deliver for us and as part of the wider health community in Gloucestershire right across the board. I know that's going to happen, and I'm just backing up how important it is to continue with the good working relationship with all of the trusts and to ensure that that continues and that they're aware of what we're up to. I know that all of you guys, particularly Cabinet and the Chief Exec, have regular meetings. That's on Gloucester. We have one next week, and that's all I want to say and highlight, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, can I mean, really important. I mean, the fantastic work that's built up between officers and members, between us and our health partners over the years, I think is paying dividends now, because we are going through probably the toughest period we've ever been through as a sector. It is really, really tough out there at the moment. I cannot underline how tough it is at the moment, and yet we're not falling out publicly. We're working behind the scenes. Some of those meetings are quite difficult, but we're cracking on and doing the job in a way that shows that strength of partnership working is being maintained.
Good. That's good news.
Thank you, Mark. No one else?
Nobody else?
No. Right. I'm going to wind up firstly by thanking the members that have participated throughout the day. They probably won't all be with us. They're in for the different directions, etc. Thank you to the officer team, to obviously Cabinet members, leader and Chief Exec. Well, I'll have a word about DSU, because these sort of things don't happen on their own. There's a great team in DSU that support us through Scrutiny year in, year out, but he'll be embarrassed. But I want to thank Stephen opposite me for keeping me on track and for the work he's put in advance. And I hope everybody that's engaged today has found it useful and informative. But thank you all.
Well done.
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Somebody waved a hand. It was the chief executive waving goodbye, I think. Yeah. Thank you.